Good afternoon. No stopping and starting this afternoon. A whole afternoon of snooker stretches before us on the 7th day of the Betfred World Championship. So I hope you, like all of these good people in the Winter Gardens in Sheffield, will be settling in for second round action all the way until 6 o'clock. A wily world champ, John Higgins, set a cracking pace against Ding Junhui in their opening session. Part 2 comes live today. Runner-up here 2 years ago, Barry Hawkins continues a run he hopes will take him back to the final. Opponent Northern Ireland's Mark Allen hopes otherwise. And snooker's angles, calculations and mental arithmetic. Surely there's an application for this game in our schools.
Coming up later in the show, I'll be playing a frame with Russell Watson and teaching him how to play snooker.
And I'll be teaching him how to sing.
And believe me, that is worth a listen. Or is it a laugh? You can decide later on. But are Steve and John singing from the rooftops about the prospect of our match lineup this afternoon? Let's find out.
So, 2 tough matches this afternoon, and as you'd expect at this stage of the championship, Steve, what did you make of the Ding John Higgins opening session?
Well, I mean, once again, Ding's got off to a poor start. Apart from 1-3-5, he was 5-1 down, and it looked as if he was a bit of trouble against, you know, a course and distance winner in John Higgins. But you've got to say, it was a great performance to win the last couple of frames, and a great 90 break. The difference between 6-2 and 5-3 was certainly important.
And the other match, of course, you know, I think this is massively difficult to call. Barry Hawkins fell over the line 10-9 in the end against Matt Selt, and Mark Allen came through easy, but his opponent Ryan Day didn't really play, did he?
No, you know, it's very difficult to decide what form goes into this match, whether it's important or not. So it doesn't matter how, in a way, you've played the first match. You're just pleased to get it out of the way. And the tricky thing is to try and work out which one of the two is playing the stronger. It's not always on paper like that.
I think this will be a tough one, this.
Well, yesterday afternoon we thoroughly enjoyed the opening 8 frames of the match between the defending champion and Scottish newcomer Anthony McGill, and judging by your reaction on social media, you certainly did as well. And the defending champion was asked quite a number of questions by the Crucible debutant, who, by the way, has settled for now on his nickname of Licence to Thrill McGill. And they shared those 8 frames at 4 frames apiece, and they returned this morning to play 8 more. Now, despite a break of 124 Selby, it's McGill who has made the better progress. He's 7-5 ahead now as we join them at the start of frame 13 in the company of Stephen Hendry and John Virgo.
Thank you. Frame 13. Anthony McGill to break.
Mid-session interval over. 4 more frames to be played in the second session of 3. They finish tonight. For those of you who are watching earlier on when Stephen was doing his interview with Jason, Mark Selby was on the practice table, just trying to keep that cue arm going rather than sit in the dressing room. And look at the ball spotted. Exactly the same, 187 each. Great opening red. So that little bit of practice during the interval stood him in good stead. Lovely clean pot this.
Eight. Nine. 16. $17.
It wasn't really the best pack to go in,
22.
mainly because the pink wasn't smack on straight with the reds. Hit the pink not too bad, but he just stuck in the red, so good opening red he got to start this break off, but it's finished now. Just looking for a safety.
Mark Selby, 22.
Good safety. As long as you avoid kissing the baulk colours, it's usually going to be pretty good. Now, if Mark can't find an escape route down the right-hand side of the table as we look, it's pretty congested on this left-hand side. He's got to catch this one just right.
Well, he did catch it exactly the way he wanted it, but he didn't legislate for the red coming back up the table with the cue ball. See the pink cannon that red up, so a little bit unlucky.
One.
Well, not his best positional shot, but he's okay. Pot the green, doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. He's got the red over the corner pocket he can play for. The advantage of being lean.
Four. Thanks. Five.
What a chance. Just like needs to really concentrate on his positional play. A lot of times when he's been in, he's left himself just
12.
wrong angles on reds and blacks to be able to keep the cue ball down this end of the table.
13.
I think he must screw into the sort of four reds to the right of the pink here.
probably played that a little bit too pacey. He didn't give chance for the
20.
back spin to impart on the cue ball. And that's why that's not the red he wanted to hit. And he still had that backspin, and he's brought the cue ball back. This red's cuttable, but he wanted something easier than this, and he's no guarantee to be on the colour off this red. So in these situations, just concentrate on the pot, and you have to trust to luck. I don't think you can guarantee being nicely on the next cover, but don't miss the pot. Wow, is he not playing it? Yes, he played the red to the middle, and he's got it. Good recovery.
21.
Just got to give this black due care and attention. No. And it's funny,
Anthony McGill, 21.
he missed a similar shot to go 5-3 in front. And on that occasion, he hit it too thin and it went to the wide jaw. Be disappointed there. And I don't think he's got away with it. The way Mark's looking, this red just passes the black to the middle pocket. Only just. But just enough.
1.
Yeah, little worrying signs though for Anthony McGill. Looks like he's starting to feel the pressure a little bit. It's as if the realisation of what he's doing now is starting to hit him, John. 7-5 up on the defending champion, the world #1.
Yes, and knowing that if he could make the most of these
8.
4 frames, he could have a nice lead going into the final session this evening. That's why you need to focus. Don't look too
9.
far ahead.
Again, that's the beauty of these long matches. Sometimes the first session, the end of the match seems so far away. You just relax in the first session, but then we're in the middle of the second session, and you just got to keep that concentration all the time. It's tough.
14.
Most of the season, they're playing best of 7s. This is a whole new ball game here.
15. $22. 23.
So there you see it,
30.
31 ahead. Needs 3 of these reds that are nicely placed. They're not too bad. Doesn't have to play any cannons or any
31.
difficult positional shots. Another red and a black would do it. Another red and a black would put him 47 points in front with
38.
only 43 remaining.
Thank you. 39.
So when he played the poor safety and Anthony McGill was in, he must have been feeling the worst. But now that black's gone in, there you see it. 1 snooker to tie for Anthony McGill,
46.
but if this red goes in, he won't be bothering coming back to the table, I wouldn't have thought.
Make sure this red. So many times we've seen players miss this red or the ball after their opponent needs a snooker and then have to go
47.
through 10-15 minutes of safety play. But safely in, frame's over now.
52 ahead, 35
51.
remaining. And he could just get to the potting angle of
52.
that red, so no way back for Anthony McGill now.
$56. 58. 61. $65.
Just a little bit of exhibition play. What a good positional shot that was from Mark.
$76.
So the black glove nicely in. Now break is 83. Has to be said though, that it was brought about by a mistake from Anthony McGill when he was in amongst the balls and missed black off the spot. It's usually costly, and it cost him that frame. World champion, world number one, just one frame behind now.
Thank you. Frame 14. Mark Selby to break.
Mark Selby breaks off. And it might not, well, unless it creeps behind the yellow, that's not the best break-off shot. Now, the long potting of Anthony McGill has been one of his strengths during this match. There you see, it's high, that's 78%. That's 21 out of 27. Let's see what he does with this.
Does he play for the black? No, not play for the black, but still played it positively. I knew he was going to go in a colour. No thoughts of getting the cue ball back to the bulk end. Another excellent long pot. He's left the red, it's just the back of the bunch to the left corner, and we'll just play a little cannon on the red to the right of the bunch. Leave himself on the black.
Yeah, this is the type of shot where you want to play a soft screw. You don't want to be hitting this too hard. Plenty of chance for the backspin to take place. Well, I decided he could play it and play through the gap without playing the risk of the cannon. So that was a bonus.
So again, as in probably most of the frames in this match, his
14.
first scoring opportunity.
$50.
Definitely used the pack this time. It's finished just an inch low in the black. Pretty comfortable just to stun into the pack. You have a choice of two reds. And nicely played.
$22. 23.
Play a similar shot here. Again, you don't have to play it with too much pace. Only catches the main bunch full. You'll have a red to the right corner. And didn't catch it quite full in the face. That's why he's looks to have finished a little bit awkward.
Yeah, once again, one of those type of shots where you're playing with backspin, but if you hit it a little bit too hard, you just don't give chance for the backspin to come in, although that looked more of a stun up to the Reds. You need a little bit of a backspin on it. He's still got this red. Well, he's got one to the right middle, he's got one to the right corner, but they're slightly awkward. He's not in perfect position now.
Looks to be a natural angle to take the cue ball in between yellow and brown. Back up for the blue.
.31.
Green's comfortable. I think there's at least 2 red spot to the left corner, so just stun off one cushion.
.34. .35.
Nice angle on the blue this time. Well, I say a nice angle, it's maybe just run on an inch or two too far. You'd like a nice angle on the blue just to drop it in. If he gets to another 34 points, then he'll get to the snooker's required stage. Target 69, and he's now on 40, so another 29 points to get.
40.
All the Reds are in the open. He'll be disappointed if he misses this opportunity. .74 is his highest break.
41.
Okay, that wins a frame, but he needs to be doing that on a more consistent basis, getting to the 70s, 80s in one visit. They're frame winners.
We talked about his temperament
48.
earlier on, saying that nothing seems to faze him, and this is a good reply after the disappointment of the last frame.
49.
So he still looks composed, focused. Still in perfect position.
56.
Yeah, and he cued that really nice. Running around with 2 cushions, it looks very simple when it's played well. But you've got to push that cue through nice and smooth, and he did it then. Just spotting a little bit of a foreign object on the cue. But he'll do well to win this frame after the disappointment of the last one.
.57.
So he may have to play a little cannon here. Although I think if he run through, there's a couple of reds available into the opposite corner. Well, he played the little cannon, but he's just a bit low on this red. It just causes a slight
64.
problem, but as he's only looking for a red and a colour, you wouldn't think it would cause him to fall down, but it's just a little bit awkward, more awkward than it should have been.
Yeah, that was the first shot. It was just a little bit tentative the way he hit it. To play this a lot more positively and really get through the red he was cannon on. Happy with that result.
65.
Yep, he's finished plumb on the blue. And the blue will mean that he's now 70 points in front with just 67 remaining and plenty more to come. This could be his first century of this match.
$71.
But this just shows you snooker at this level. Mark Selby broke off.
76.
Left that one red sticking out. And that's the only shot he's had. And as we say on many occasions, although that's a poor shot from
77.
Anthony, may not. Well, he might have given himself a chance to the black. The frame's over, but I'm sure he'd like to have made a century. This is his highest break of the match. Well, it's there, and I assume the red passes the pink to the left middle, so still a chance of the ton.
84. $85.
Now he's put under pressure. I think his last match to qualify, Anna Maguire, and he came out with a century break in the deciding frame.
91.
So he's been under pressure the last 2 or 3 frames. Is he going to do it again? Great performance,
92.
this.
Yes, and it just shows you no matter how good you are, and he's playing the world #1 and defending champion Mark Selby, but poor break-off shot. And Mark Selby's not going to get another chance. He's played little drop cannon there. Now he needs an angle on this red.
94.
Didn't have the great angle,
95.
but was able to just manoeuvre the cue ball to be on the green. The green and then the yellow for the century. Well, this is a great response. The disappointment of losing the last frame when he missed the black off the spot. He's put it right out of his
98.
mind. And just give him one chance this frame. And a marvellous break. There's plenty of warning signs there,
103.
Stephen, for Mark Selby.
Yeah, he'd have got some hope with the misses that Anthony was starting to make, the mistakes he was starting to make. He might have thought, well, I finally got him under
107.
pressure. And then he's come back with this effort.
$112.
Just when I suggested he was maybe starting to wilt, he's answered me in style.
Yep. This has been a superb contribution.
118.
Well played.
125 and
Very well
Anthony
played.
McGill.
So Mark Selby got within one, but that superb break of 125 puts Anthony McGill 2 frames in front once again.
Keep the nose down, please.
8-6.
Thank you.
Yes, his second Crucible century, of course, after that one he knocked in the final frame decider in his opening match against Stephen Maguire on Sunday night. And this is the 3rd time that he's now opened up a 2 frames lead over the champion. In we go to the penultimate frame of the morning. It's the 15th.
This red that's closest to the left corner, not necessarily going to play the pot, but as long as you hit it thinner than quarter ball, you should get the cue ball back to the balk end. Well, it was a bit easier than I thought. Now he needs a bounce. If it comes this side of the balk line, he'll be on any balk colour. Not quite. Only a snooker left to play.
Anthony McGill 1.
I'm not certain to get this safe. The reds are spread. This isn't a formality to get out the snooker and find a safe red here. In a spot of bother. knows if he does leave Anthony McGill a chance, he could fall 3 frames behind.
It's not often you see someone get the upper hand over Mark Selby in safety exchanges.
That was the problem. He hit the red, but he was always in danger of leaving a shot for his opponent, and he's left this red to the right middle.
One.
There you go, tournament balls potted. We've both reached 500. And that's what they've got out of those 500 balls potted. I'll let you work it out for yourself. I think the red he'd like to get on is the one that's closest to the right corner. The reason I say that, then it'll clear a path for the black. Well, I decided he'd take the chance and screw into them, and it couldn't have worked out much better than that.
Well, shows some excellent cue power there.
Five.
If the red that's just to the left of the black will pop to the right corner. Yeah, a decent red to play for as well. And he's stunned down off the cushion. You have a choice of 2 or 3 reds if he didn't go on it perfectly.
Ten.
If this red's dead straight, you can screw back and play the black to the same pocket. Well, it's just off straight, so still play the top spin for the black in the same pocket. Just must avoid the pack.
11.
Just brushed the black. I think he's still on it.
Yeah, just got there, didn't he? But as you say, he had to avoid the main bunch of reds, and in doing that, he just flicked the black, but he's not spoilt the position. Chance now.
Yeah, if anything, it helped him. He was able to play the cannon and move that red away.
80.
So this time, try and land high or straight in the black. To pop the 2 reds that are on the black cushion, the top one. Then that clears the black then for both pockets. And this is now turning into an excellent chance.
You saw the bar there. Needs to get to 68 points.
26. $27.
I know it's a pretty obvious thing to ask, Stephen, but we know that Anthony got in from Mark Selby's break-off shot in the last frame. Think Mark will have to change tack here or be a bit more aggressive? Because at the moment it's just
34.
Slightly beginning to slip away.
Yeah, well, he's been outplayed pretty much in all departments, which will worry him. As I said earlier, it's not often someone gets the upper hand in the tactical exchanges, so maybe he is going to have to not push the boat out a bit, but maybe just take a couple of risks. I mean, if Anthony goes on to win this
35.
frame, last frame is going to be huge for Mark Selby. doesn't want to go in tonight 10-6 down.
Yeah, 13 the target.
Maybe on the one outside of the bunch, but needed to find the gap. There was a gap through the pack there.
42.
Little gap through the 5 reds. If he put the cue ball through there, he'd have been perfect.
Well, I think he feels as though he can just get through to this red, but yeah, he should have had it easier than this. But he could just get
43.
through to it, and he finished nicely on the blue, and now the frame's at his mercy, you have to say. He'd normally like to stun this balloon, but he's got to avoid the kiss on the red near the top cushion, so he's now considering coming off top cushion, side cushion. And he could play for that red that's just to the left of the blue, worse way. Didn't judge that very well. Okay, he's got pots on, but he didn't want to be this close to the
48.
cushion. I knew he was concerned about kissing the red near the top cushion, but should have had a better cue ball than this.
Yeah, I think the yellow was probably a bit further. I looked at it, but perhaps in a more difficult cut, it's only been easier blue.
Foul.
There's a cue ball going,
Anthony
John.
McGill, 48.
Where has it gone?
Mark Selby,
And
4.
that just shows you, though, doesn't it? He had the frame at his mercy, and just that one loose positional shot. And being so close to the cushion, you can't alter the potting angle. If you can get your hand on the tail, you could have stunned or anything to avoid the kiss on the brown. And it's 32 minutes since Mark Selby last potted a ball, and he needs to get this. Great shot. That was a tremendous pot.
Cued this lovely.
Eight.
You don't get to be world number 1, world champion, without knowing when to step up a gear and find a clearance from somewhere.
9.
And he needs to do that now.
Yeah, there's a couple of problems I can see. The pink, obviously,
40.
near the side cushion. I don't think the yellow passes the brown. And that doesn't help,
50.
making that red near the side cushion. And you wouldn't say he's absolutely inch perfect on the blue. Okay, he's got an angle, and he's got a choice of any of the 3 reds to play on, but that cue ball's travelling, he needs to be inch perfect with this one. Could have
20.
been better.
Mark Selby, 20.
Played that with a bit of left-hand side, and he just didn't cue it smoothly enough, and that left-hand side just pushed the cue ball into the red. That's why he hit it so thick. Didn't hit that well at all. "29 points the lead. 2 reds, 2 colours needed. And
1.
he's perfect on the black to play for this red along the top cushion. And in actual fact, if he pots the black, he'll only need the red, so he doesn't have to be playing it with any pace to get back on the colour. This red will put him 38 points in front with only 35 remaining.
8. 9.
Give himself a little tap on the leg. It's just like he knew the importance of that red. Just like, come on, get this red in. And we've got a lead going into tonight's session.
16.
Yes, and you wonder whether it's going to be 4 frames or 2 frames. .45 points of lead. He knows that Mark Selby will probably carry on because one snooker possible free ball, there's a chance.
Anthony McGill, 60.
Barring that unlikelihood, he's got a 3-frame advantage for the first time in the match.
Yes, indeed. And so the defending champion knows that he's going to have to fight a rearguard action in tonight's final session. But from how many frames behind? Let's find out, shall we?
He's played just exactly that. Good shot. This is a massive frame, it really is. Caught that a bit thick. Needs to get past the brown. And he has done. Bit fortunate there. That wasn't the best of safety shots. Lucky not to leave a pot on.
No, this is tough. At first glance, I can't see a way back to balk. It's a real problem here, Mark Selby. See if he can come thin off the 2 reds to the right of the bunch and come round the back of the black, but that has to be exact.
Yeah, that's asking a lot, isn't it? And it's one of those situations you can't pot his way out of trouble. Over the minute thinking time. I can't blame him for this because he knows that should he make a mistake here, it could cost him the frame. Possible, give it a go down the left-hand side of the table, Stephen, coming off 2 cushion, try to play the 2 cushion escape, but he's trying to get round the back of the black. I don't like this. Well, if he gets it, this will be one of the best safety shots you'll ever see. He's got to avoid the kiss on the black here. Well, the problem was he tried to avoid the kiss on the black. He's had a result there, in all honesty. He's had a result.
I think he maybe played that during that to get that thin of contact.
Yes, but if he doesn't catch the jaws of the pocket, that cue ball would have come back past the baulk line and left the red on.
Yeah, I agree. He hasn't got the thin contact, as you say, yeah.
I suppose it was a guide. But he was helped by the jaws of the pocket. Well, he's played it. He's gone around the back of the black. It was a lot easier from that angle. But he's caught the brown.
There's pressure on this if he takes this red on. Red to the left of the blue to the left corner. Well, he's looking at the baulk colour, so perhaps he's going to play it straight the cue ball back to the baulk area. Big shot there.
Lots of noise coming from the other table, using all his experience now, waiting for that to quieten down. Now, didn't really give me the impression that he fancied that. He was more interested in edging his bets. Well, considering what's at stake, another example of the calm, cool, collected nature of this young man. Just stroked that in, it was all over the pocket, and it wasn't.
Seven.
Pink going in the black spot is not a problem. It's helped him, if anything.
Yeah, just looking at that bar, he's another 41 points. To be at the snooker's required stage.
And to win this session 6-2, which is pretty impressive. You know, I myself thought that Mark Selby had not the best session yesterday, but got out 4-4 and thought he would come out
14.
this morning all guns blazing. He's been outplayed
50.
in every department, really, apart from the century that Selby made. He's been pretty much outplayed in every department in this match this morning.
Yeah, there's no fluke about this performance. Been
21.
very, very impressed.
22.
In this session, there you see it, 95% pot success. And Mark Selby's not bad at 91, but it's not been good enough. Quick glance at the scoreboard.
28.
43 points the lead. Still looking for, well, possibly 4 of these remaining reds to clinch the frame at this visit.
29.
We have to play a little cannon here. Quick glance at the scoreboard once again. That's the little cannon he's looking for. Well, he decided to play it with pace. And begs the question now. Is he on the red to the middle? I think he is.
35.
Quite a few things could have gone wrong there. One of them could have been that the pink could have gone on its own spot and been tied up, but things are working out nicely.
36.
And now a clear run to the winning line in this frame. There's pink and one more red. Sorry, you'll need the colour
42.
off the red. He pots this red. There'll only be 59 remaining, so it'll be 58 in front. So you need the colour. And the colour will
43.
be the blue. Another glance at the scoreboard. Snooker players never stop looking at the scoreboard. And if he gets the blue, he'll be over that mark. A bit like pointless, that mark, isn't it? And it goes. So that now puts him 63 points in front, 59
48.
remaining, one snooker to tie. Is he going to play the double? Is he going to play the treble? Is it the treble?
39.
Well, I've got to say, the last couple of frames, the balls have maybe slightly favoured Anthony, but in all honesty, that's the nature of this game. When you're playing well, you always get a run, and Mark Selby's had a couple of chances, missed a couple of reds into the corner pocket that you'd normally expect him to get. And as Stephen said earlier, in all other departments of the game,
54.
Anthony has matched him. He's 69 points in front, 51 remaining. I think that might be enough for Mark Selby. It is. He shakes his hand. Well, the world #1 and more importantly defending champion has got a mountain to climb this evening. He trails by 4. Anthony McGill has got a licence to thrill. He only needs 3. End of the session. 10 frames to 6 for the
Quietly as
Scots.
possible, please. Thank you.
I tell you what, for your best ever, or your first ever best of 25 frames, this is quite some performance. Can you just sum up the level of seriousness from the defending champion's point of view in this match now?
Oh, he's in big trouble. And it'll be dismissive to call it the curse of the crucible, because that'd be taken away from Anthony McGill, who's been fantastic. He's played really good match play. He's put Mark under pressure. OK, Mark's missed 1 or 2 balls he wouldn't do normally. It's been a fantastic performance, and I think it's wonderful the game has for too long been bereft of a ginger-haired snooker player.
What are you trying to say?
You're not like to come back here again, are you? Come on, let's be honest.
Well,
Well, take it as a compliment.
I will do, yes, I will.
Yeah, you should as well, because this guy, I mean, he's been called the new nugget, but I mean, obviously he doesn't want comparisons. But what do you make of the way he's gone about his business out there and how comfortable he looks?
well, that session was even another level to yesterday, where he was still smiling a bit for my liking. Because there was a moment in the last session he could have gone 5-3 up. He crossed doubled a pink, and he was grinning from ear to ear as he then missed the black to draw the frame. But now all of a sudden he knows he's got a chance. Now you see a more serious Anthony McGill come. I dug him out a bit yesterday. Perhaps rightly, perhaps who knows? Because it's nice to see somebody who's actually enjoying it.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden now he knows he's a player, and perhaps he's even raised his stock even higher.
Tell you what though, that first frame tonight in the session, is it tonight as they finish?
It is tonight, yeah.
Right, well that first frame is huge.
And he will never have experienced, Anthony McGill, the pressure of expectation of walking out tonight knowing he only needs 3 frames when the other guy will be firing on all cylinders. This is a different, it's a journey into the unknown for the players for multi-session frames. You will not know how much he's under first frame.
But he will definitely know just how competent a player Mark Selby has proven to be when he is behind in a match, and he's done it time and time again.
Almost, you would think, a little bit of adversity needed before he produces his best. He'll be disappointed with the level of his own performance, but I'm not taking anything away from Anthony. He's been fantastic, but he'll need to find something like he has done in the past to get through in this.
Okay, well, it's a fascinating prospect, and we're going to be on air at 7 o'clock. Jason will be in the chair for that one. I'm sure you'll be wanting to see how this one turns out. But also this morning, at the world number 10, Stuart Bingham got underway against the former champion from 2006, Graham Dock. Now, as you know, Graham is a 3-time finalist, and he's likened himself to a Grand National horse. He's in the much shorter races all season, but he's a course and distance winner when it comes to the longer event. So we're going to see shortly how they got on in their opening session. But as from Stuart Bingham's perspective, this is his 9th appearance here since the year 2000. And what's he got to show for it? 1 quarter-final place so far. So 25 frames stretching in front of this pair over 3 sessions, and top breaks in the 60s so far from both men. But it's the Shanghai Masters champion from this season, Stuart Bingham, with the early advantage as we pick them up. 3-1 in front. This is frame 5, and calling the opening session, Terry Griffiths and Willie Thorne.
That's Stuart's turn to play a telling safety shot. Very good. Be certainly bringing at least 3 reds into play with this safety. Unless he plays it that thin. Goodness me.
1.
Do you think he's enjoying that smile, Stuart? Obviously, it's a wry smile, isn't it? Completely miss it, the safety there. Played it a lot thicker than that.
He's just about the cue ball. There's a good shot, and of course he cut the black a little bit too thin. It went through the left-hand corner there, so the cue ball would have run on, but he's okay. He got an angle to get on the black. Oh, wait a minute! He's flipped another one. He's been a bit unlucky this time. He's not on a colour.
9.
Gee whiz, I mean, where the reds have finished, Stuart would be certain to make 40.
Well, he may get another chance to it now. You feel he's going to take something on here, I should think. It's just a matter of which pocket it's going to go into.
If the yellow passes the red, he can cue the yellow, whereas he'd be hampered playing blue or green. So it looks like he's decided he's going to take the yellow on.
Yellow ball.
Screw around the back of the blue. If he'd have played that firm, Terry, I'd have fancied him potting it. There's nowhere in the world I could have played that slow.
I can't believe he played that. He's just thinking that he could cover the shred in the pocket. Surely he had to commit to that.
1.
See, the main thing is, with all what's happened there now, he's got in there with the fluke, then he's had another fluke, and he should be, taking a chance to try and win the frame to hurt his opponent, because, I mean, no matter how much you smile, when somebody flukes a ball and wins the frame off it, you're not very happy.
Yes, the late, great John Spencer once said to me, it doesn't matter about flukes, Willie. He said it could end up winning you the frame. Well, Graham's had 2 here and has not scored enough, and Bingham could still win the frame. It's all about what happens at the end. Don't because my head used to come up when somebody had a fluke. But he was saying it could end up winning you the frame. They might get 50, miss an easy ball, and you clear up. So just worry about it after the frame.
There will always be luck involved when there's rolling balls. That's obvious, isn't it? I mean, I think the worst one of all is when somebody misses an important shot. If you understand, and then you look as if you split the reds and there's a line-up on and you go down and you can't pot anything. That's the worst luck, not the flukes, really.
Well, Stuart knows this is a chance now to hurt Graham. Because when you have 1 fluke, you'd think you'd lose the frame, never mind about when your opponent has 2.
Yep.
Just not got the cue ball under control since the comeback from the interval.
I think he's just got an angle there to get on the black. Just avoid that pink on the way through.
10.
Problem is always going to be a little straight on it. And he's just off straight, but not by a lot, so Can't really manoeuvre the screw ball too far. Now he's playing with a deep screw.
$17.
Well, it didn't look if he can get at that red there. I thought he was playing with the outside one, the top one. There's one in the middle. That's what he played for. The trouble is, if it's not dead straight, it'll be tough for him to screw back for the black. And with the blue being off the spot, it doesn't help at all. See what happens here now. He's playing the middle red.
18.
Took a long time to decide that. It looked pretty straightforward with it when he played it.
I suppose he was a little bit reluctant to know that he was going to be faced with the pink with the rest. He's usually pretty good with the rest, though, so this pink shouldn't cause any problems.
$24. $25.
Every one of these balls that's going in is going to hurt Graham, because he knows, with having two flukes, he could have possibly got a sizable lead in this frame. These points could have been his, and we go back to the yellow he played. If he'd have played it firm, I think he would have definitely potted it. But Terry mentioned he's playing it slow to say, well, if I miss it, the yellow could stay in the pocket and I cover the red. I mean, that's negative thoughts there, but...
Well, you've either taken the shot on or you're not. I mean, he could have actually played a safety. He didn't have to go for a pot. It just seemed at the time, as we said, he's got momentum. He's having running is going his way, and now's the time to push forward. Here's the shot he played, look. Always likely to move offline slightly at that pace. He's been sitting down thinking about it since.
Stewart played a clever little shot there, purposely holding the pink spot. He wanted to finish straight on this red. He can screw back for the pink, there's no real problem. Just doesn't want to put the black safe. Yeah, that's nice.
39.
Now it should win the frame from here.
$45. 46. $52.
Glance at the scoreboard tells that puts him
53.
48 points in front. The pink 54, and then it may be a safety shot.
$59.
Neither of these two reds pot. And similar pattern to first four frames. We've had person getting to the snooker's required stage and then missing. But barring snookers, that break of 59 takes Stewart into a 4-1 lead.
And it did, and Dot won the 6th, though, after a break of 68. And here they are again in the 7th. The Scot needing snookers here.
I'm sure Graham will probably remain in his seat. I've seen that yellow disappear. He's now 37 points in front, so it's a 3 to tie, so not a lot of hope. And now an impossible task. What a pot that was.
9.
Goodness me, that pocket nearly got broken.
14.
What a great shot. You're kidding. Where's this going to go?
20.
Well, largely due to that 48 on the frame, a lot of exhibition shots towards the end. Stuart Bingham was pretty pleased with himself. He's gone 5-2 in front.
Oh, I think even Graham had a little wry smile there. Fantastic break on the colours, wasn't it? So, Bingham knows he's going to be in front going into the second session tomorrow morning, but by how much? Let's get into the last of the morning.
Now the green dot can't get at either of the reds on the left-hand side of the table. So he may be forced to take the red on into the right corner. You wouldn't want to go for it at this stage.
So it doesn't look like he's got a choice. He will have precious little idea where the cue ball's going to end up. He will hoping it comes out into open play rather than stays in the pack of reds. Oh, you're kidding me. Where's he found that gap from? This red obviously cuts in and he can, I think, play with enough side to come out for the black. But how has he not moved a red there and playing that pot?
He missed the pocket by such a long way. I think that's why. I thought for a second he'd come up and go behind the black here as the cue ball is coming down. I'm not sure if the black spot's available. Wow, you can see how much he missed the pocket by about 5 inches, isn't he? Red's running on the table, the white's running around the table.
Just a little bit of noise coming from the other table because that session has finished a little earlier than ours, and we had a look at one camera angle and the black definitely pots, amazingly enough, into the right-hand corner. It doesn't look like it from that position, does it? We're not playing on it this time, but he'll be playing on it shortly. You can see what a gap that is for that black to go through there. He'd be reluctant to play for the black at the minute. because it's so very tight.
14. $15.
You've got a horrible contact. I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I think the red will have a mark on it, the white will have a mark on it. Just all the pace went out of it when it bounced. I mean, the red just exploded. It's amazing what difference kicks made, Terry, isn't it? Sometimes you can have a good kick, but 9 times out of 10, kicks don't help you.
Well, as long as the pot goes in, you know, and the kick doesn't throw it off the line, it's not so bad, but you definitely won't be in the position you were hoping to be in. He's having plenty of table time now, Stuart Bingham. He's won 3 out of the last 4 frames.
20.
If the pink pots, he looks to be pretty nicely on the red, and there we can see the pink is. I mean, it's amazing. Pink and black are together there, yet the blacks are over in the right-hand corner, the pinks are over the left, and from that camera angle, you wouldn't think so. Of course, the pink
21.
will go onto the black spot, and then this now becomes a frame-win opportunity.
Well, he can get on the outside red easily enough there.
27. That's 28.
No big break so far in this match. The highest so far has been 69, and there's been 3 60-plus breaks and 50. So it's been pretty good standard, but I think it's. Reflect back in this session, there's a lot of safety play,
34.
excellent safety play, and a few easy pots missed. Was no different from most of the sessions we've seen this year so far in the Betfred World Championships.
You would think it'd eclipse
41.
that break of 69 that Graham Dott made in the previous winning frame.
Yep.
Frame 3 got that.
42.
Stuart made break of 64 in the opening frame and has only made 1 break over 50 since, but he's been making quite a few of them, and that's the reason he's got into a 5-2 lead. In a few minutes' time, you'd think it'd be 6-2. Graham, I think, will feel hard done by that he's come out of this session, should it go that way.
48.
But you have to give credit to Stuart Bingham. Graham has won most of the
49.
safety battles, but Stuart's definitely scored the better of the two. He just loves to play snooker, Stuart Bingham. Plays in every single
55.
tournament there is. I think he's missed 1 tournament in about the last 3 or 4 years,
56.
and that was I think it was when he had the birth of his first child.
Well, that's not a good excuse for not going to a tournament.
Yeah.
Break goes to 66. Red and colour to win the session 6-2.
62. $63.
A good effort, this. As you were saying there, one of those times when the pink and black became available when they didn't look like it from here. But he still had to play a lot of tricky positional shots here.
70.
Chance of his 260th century of his career here now. Still okay. Can get on the blue or the black from this red in the middle. Obviously, without the kiss, he'd have been on the two reds in the corner.
$77.
Stewart has not made a century at the Crucible this year. Every chance now.
84. $85.
Well, 6-2 it is, and you can look at 6-2 and think, well, there's only 4 frames in front, but I'm afraid you've got to win 5 frames before you get in front again from Gray and Dot's perspective. So
91.
he'd be a heavy favourite now. I think he was favourite to win this match anyway, but it wouldn't surprise you if Dot had been in front in this first session so high. Looking at it before we started, but
99.
hasn't gone his way.
100.
So his first 100 down of the tournament this year. Oh, well, he had a quick look at the pink and it did very hard. It doesn't make any difference. Stuart Bingham has got the advantage here. He's 6-2 in front going into tonight's second session.
Yes, and as Terry was reminding us that they'll come back for another 8 frames this evening. It was a strange performance, really, from Graham Dott's perspective. How happy will Stuart Bingham be with his morning's work, Steve?
Well, he'd have probably gone into the match not knowing what type of form Graham Dott was in, and I think that is, as we mentioned at the start of the show, you don't necessarily know what's going to happen as a fan or as a player. You know full well the player you're playing against must be doing very well to have got that far, but it's when the two players collide how it unfolds, and of course there could be, you know, every session's got luck in it. There's loads of things that go into the equation, but it seems like John, Graham Dott doesn't seem to have too much trouble. Stuart Bingham doesn't have much trouble with Graham Dott.
He does seem to be able to cope with what Graham Dott throws up, because he's one of the grittiest match players you're going to play against. But Stuart, from the games I've seen when he's played him, has always seems to have been able to cope with it.
You were talking about his record earlier when we were watching that, John, and we were remarking before it went into it that in 9 appearances he's really only got to the quarterfinals once, and I guess for a player of his growing stature it's not good enough from his perspective.
No, that'll be true. I mean, he got blown away in that quarter-final first session by O'Sullivan, who was magnificent when he beat him, but he's won tournaments, but he's won them overseas, and he'd like to do better over here, obviously. He could have been regarded as somewhat as a journeyman professional for a few years, that's fair to say, but in the last few years he's really developed. He's turned into a proper tournament player, tournament winner, and he's a handful for anyone when he's hitting the ball properly.
He is, and I think so many players now respect him and know exactly what he's capable of, and it does seem strange that this is the one venue. Well, I guess it's trying too hard sometimes, part of it, when you know this is not a bogey venue for you exactly, but it's not somewhere you've felt particularly at ease with.
Possibly, and I think that's exactly what it is. If you can feel comfortable here, so obviously the more times you arrive here, the more experience you've got, but you've still got to actually make sure that you sort of do enjoy the process, get the balance right. And I think Stuart Bingham now, when you see him around the table, in what is the biggest pressure cauldron we ever have in the game, looks very much he's in his own skin. So therefore, I think perhaps he does give himself a great chance now to move on through the gears. And he's such a strong player in all departments. You wouldn't put anything past him, even though you wouldn't be Premiership for judging who was going to win the event. You'd say Championship, but there's some great Championship teams around.
Yeah, absolutely, and we saw him at the UK Championship taking Ronnie all the way, and he had one foot in the final at that UK Championship in December, and there was a bit of a turnaround in that match, as we remember. Maybe the big step has yet to come where Stuart's concerned.
As I say, his record's been improving the last few years as he's been improving. So the few times he came when he wasn't quite the player he was, you can probably put a line through that as his record goes. he's capable now.
OK, well, they're coming back in a few hours to do it all over again with another 8 frames. But, you know, you generally find that snooker players and darts players are usually quite sharp up top. Their powers of mental arithmetic. I mean, just even from these two, you know, you get into a restaurant and within 10 seconds they've worked out a restaurant bill and they've divvied it up about how much everybody's got to pay. And it's only thereafter you think, wait a minute, you had a steak. Didn't you count that? No. Anyway, so they are very sharp. And powers of mental arithmetic certainly go hand in hand in this game. So couldn't we roll it out to schools, both for mathematics and arithmetic, as well as spreading the word about this wonderful game? Well, it's actually already happening.
I'm here at the Sheffield Park Academy for the 2015 Sheffield Inter-Schools Championship, and behind this door they're battling it out now. And as Abraham Lincoln once said, that some achieve great success is proof to all that others can achieve it as well. I'm not too sure the professional players that have gone through the qualifying section of this year's World Championship would agree, but let's go and find out who's going to win today. Wow. Over 100 pupils from 10 different secondary schools vying for the title. If you're a snooker fan, and first and foremost I am, then what a sight for sore eyes. The rules remain the same, except that matches only last for 15 minutes, and whoever's in the lead at that time wins. What the Q-Zone Inter-Schools project delivers is quite fascinating. Firstly, introduces a game, snooker, to kids that may not know it exists. Secondly, remember that youth club we used to go to when we were younger? Well, this is a social game. Snooker's a social game for most. The kids are enjoying the day. And thirdly, the maths of the game, especially when we introduce functional snooker, the maths of the game is important and can be used as a learning tool for mathematics. The teachers love that, and it gives the kids a different way of learning maths. Don't just take my word for it, though. Here's Sheffield Park Academy's head teacher, Craig Dillon.
Brings a lot to the school. We've obviously had quite a long build-up to this in terms of using the functional snooker to develop students' mental arithmetic and mathematical skills, but it's also been really nice today to have representatives of nearly every school in Sheffield. We've got over 100 children there who are competing against each other, who are learning the values of sportsmanship and the etiquette of the game, as well as enjoying playing it.
And here's the event organiser, because every good project needs a great project manager.
Each school has chosen 8 kids to come along to try their best. I think we could have filled this 10 times over with the number of students that have been taking part in this project this year.
One initiative I'm really excited about is the number of new coaches entering the sport.
We're going to get one on the way, wanted to owe it. He's going to get one now. Yes! We've trained 40 school teachers to be coaches, so that hopefully will pick out some talent in the future, and we've seen a few here today.
Fair play to all these teachers who gave up their time earlier this year and now get to stand around looking awkward. Spelled wrong. And fair play to my old mate and master cue maker John Paris, who donated the cues to 10 pupils nominated by their teacher for outstanding contributions to their school snooker clubs. And believe me, that's a prize worth winning. But they're not the only ones. There's prizes galore, not just for the winner, but there's other prizes as well. The fastest player, pot as many balls as you can, word searches, spot the player, who's who. But the big prizes, the trophy, of course, everybody's after the trophy. That goes along with the 42mm TV, flat screen, and of course, the ultimate, a shameless plug, but actually it's for the loser. It's just a commiserations. Great prizes for all. And as the day went on, the main event saw the action continue. All the time, kids improving their snooker, their sums, and their social skills. Until finally, there were just 2 students standing, Tom and Jake, who the more eagle-eyed among you will recognise as one of the recipients of a John Paris Award. Commentary comes from me.
He's now seen this to win the tournament. He's gone. Oh! He pots the pink, that's in. But he played a foul, he played a foul on the black, that's so unlucky. He's played it in the corner, but the white's gone in. Well, it's just ridiculous what's happened. I've never seen a game like this. The pink goes in. Jake is only 5 behind. He needs pink and black. Oh, in goes the pink. What a shot. Can he cut the black in? Does this black go? It's in! It's in! What a match! Congratulations, Jake. So unlucky, Tom. That was so close.
To the victor, the spoils.
Well done, Jack. Congratulations. There you go. We'll take that. That's it. Thank you.
To everyone else, a medal, and if they wanted, an autograph from some old bloke.
Thank you much.
I'll tell you what though, at the end of that I was exhausted.
Smile. But put your hands in the air, cheering.
But not shattered enough that I couldn't get myself a selfie. A top day.
Boo-boo! Boo-boo!
I don't think I've ever heard you as animated in commentary before. That looked fantastic fun.
It was a very exciting final, I've got to say. If the final over the road here lives up to that final, they'll be on the edge of their seats.
Serious point. You talked about functional snooker, and it's a new way of playing the game where the value of the balls are different, and you can use multiplication and subtraction, and you can change it around a bit. And how much does it really get you thinking out there?
Well, obviously the mass of the game have always been, some players look at the scoreboard and go, oh, what's going on? Yeah. But if you do change some of the symbols on the balls and put numbers on the reds and then put multiplication signs on the black and times 7, you can actually sort of tailor it to the classroom that you're trying to work with. It's just another tool, effectively, for the teachers who find that it's actually a fun way of learning, and they get more out of the kids sometimes.
Yeah, it's a really good idea, isn't it, John?
I think it's great, and I wish Stephen had done it years ago, because I remember someone being 19 behind and popping blue, pink and black and thinking he'd won the frame. I wonder who that was. Ooh, Mr. Davis, why can you not add up?
But presumably, many other schools can get involved if they want to.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I mean the WPBSA last year funded 14 schools, but some schools can buy into it themselves, and we're hoping next year to go further ahead. But somewhere down the line, it would be great if it was rolled out nationally. But that requires a lot more input and perhaps a headline blue chip company behind it, realising the benefits. So in a way, we would look to hopefully be looking on the bigger picture, but initially it's been very successful.
Calling all blue chip companies.
Yeah.
All right, well played, and well played to everybody who took part in the finals last week. Now, as you know, only 16 players remain here in Sheffield, and this is the first time that we're actually going to get a chance to see the second round draw in full. Selby McGill comes to the boil this evening in their third and final session. Joe Perry and Sean Murphy have another couple of days to wait before they meet on Sunday morning. Hawkins Allen underway in about 5 minutes' time. Australia's Neil Roberts and Ali Carter, Saturday afternoon start for them. John Higgins and Ding Junhui preparing backstage for this afternoon's 8 frames. Winner of 2 major titles this season, Judd Trump squaring up to Marco Fu Sunday. Dot and Bingham, we've already seen, they're back tonight. And Ronnie O'Sullivan should have enough time to break in some comfier shoes by the time he meets Matthew Stevens tomorrow night. OK, we have got a live contest coming for you with the second session of the Ding Junhui John Higgins match. And let's just review their previous matches for you, because we mentioned it yesterday before their first session. 8 wins apiece, 1 draw. Ding won the most recent match up at the China Open a fortnight ago with a final frame decider in the quarters. But last night it was one-way traffic for the Scot for much of the opening session, as our commentary team recall.
Oh, what a fantastic second round in prospect. 2 of the game's greatest players. John Higgins hasn't got past the second round of this championship since 2011. On the other hand, Ding Junhui, one of the greatest players in the world, hasn't got past the semi-final in 8 attempts.
And a nice solid pot from John Higgins.
John Higgins won the first 2 frames, and Ding Junhui must have been a bit concerned about deja vu, because in his last match against Mark Davis, he lost the first 4. He couldn't afford to go any further behind against John Higgins.
And that wasn't any closer. Well, Ding Junhui in trouble 2-0 behind, but he made a fantastic 1-3-5 to close the gap to 2-1.
Absolutely superb. That's the Ding Junhui that we know and love.
And when John Higgins was leading 4 frames to 1, Ding Junhui, with a big lead, just seemed to be content on protecting his advantage. and refused balls which I don't think anyone in the championship would refuse, and in the end it cost him.
If he's going to completely turn down shots like this and not play his own game, he's got a problem in this match.
Higgins made 64 and now leads 5-1. Worrying times for Ding Junhui. Oh, goodness me. How has that gone in? Purely gravity.
Well, can you believe it? That is amazing.
Higgins leading 5-1. It was essential for Ding to get back into the game. He did that by winning the last 2 frames with sizable breaks. Oh, what a shame, no century, but a session that Ding Junhui will be pretty pleased to get out of. John Higgins controlled the match, but Ding Junhui has got out of this session trailing by 5 frames to 3.
And he must have been a very relieved man, Ding Junhui, because remember in the first match against Mark Davis, he was behind 4-0, he was 5-1 down, and I wonder how much John will perhaps rue a missed opportunity in that session last night.
Well, it certainly will do. You imagine sitting there 5-1 thinking I've got 2 bites of the cherry here to extend my lead, and never worked out for him. All credit to Ding digging in there, but he could do with getting a better start.
This afternoon, priorities please for both contenders.
Well, I think 5-3, whilst obviously it's not level scores, it's more or less just go out and play another session. You don't really sort of look at the score line if you're behind and thinking, oh, I've got to get off to a big start. And the guy in front knows that full well it could change very quickly. But you don't want to lose the next session 5-3, then you have got a problem.
Yeah, from John Higgins' point of view, it's 4-4, he draws this session, still going to be in front going into the final, so that'll be great. Obviously, he'll be looking for better than that, but worst way, don't lose a session.
OK, well, you can see the camera just going off there for our view into the backstage area of the Crucible. There's John Higgins, smile on his face there as he gets ready to face Ding Junhui. Mark Allen just about to start his match against Barry Hawkins. So everybody looking reasonably relaxed as we watch them backstage. And I think it's time for MC Rob Walker to do his ever enthusiastic thing. Take it away, Rob.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The drive for the quarterfinals continues in earnest here at the Betfred World Snooker Championship. And what a lineup we have waiting backstage. The 4 players in the wings have an amazing 41 ranking titles between them. This will be top class every step of the way. Please welcome one of the most entertaining break builders in the modern game. Twice a ranking event champion, he had a brilliant run to the semis here in 09. He beat 3-time Crucible quarter-finalist Ryan Day 10-3 in the first round. The pride of Northern Ireland, ladies and gentlemen, is confident, relaxed and ready. Here's Mark the Pistol Allen. And his opponent, a player who drew on all 9 years of his Crucible experience to survive the 10-9 thriller against Matthew Selt. He's looking for his 3rd great run in a row after making it to the semis in 13 and the final as well. Ladies and gentlemen, winner of the Aussie Open and the PTC Grand Finals last season, the world number 5, he's the Hawk, Barry Hawkins. And on table 2, please welcome a player making his 20th visit to the Crucible, bidding for an 11th quarter-final. He is without doubt one of the finest sportsmen his country has ever produced. Securing his 26th ranking title in Wales in February, here comes the 4-time champion of the world, the Wizard of Wishaw, John Higgins. And finally, a player whose talent has triggered a generation of snooker fans back home. He's been winning major titles since he was a teenager and now has 12 major trophies in his cabinet, including the Masters. He had to dig deep in the first round and again yesterday. They are watching in China in their millions. So enter the dragon, Ding Junhui!
Confident walk-on music from Ding Junhui. If you don't believe me, just watch. Well, let's see what he's going to do today. This is the match on table 2 we're going to stick with this afternoon, but if you do want to watch the opening exchanges of the match between Mark Allen and Barry Hawkins, please feel free. It is on your red button now. But quickly then to our commentary team this afternoon of Stephen Hendry and Dennis Taylor.
Thank you. Frame 9. Ding Junhui to break.
Thank you, Hazel. A very good afternoon, everyone. So it's Ding Junhui who gets the opening frame of this session underway. Did very well to make a 94 break to close to just 2 behind. Didn't see much of the match, was working on the other one, but should be a fascinating session, this one, Stephen.
Yeah, and straight away, poor break off from Ding. John will be taking this on. Staying down for the black, I feel, and normally plays these shots very positively. Long way off that one. He's left a red to the left centre. Excellent pot.
1.
Interesting to see how Ding approaches this afternoon. That little piece before, when he refused that pretty straightforward long red last night and went enough. It was incredible to me. Such an attacking player.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder what's going on in his mind. You know, he's trying so hard. He's won everything. He wants this world title on his CV. And we keep saying there's hundreds of millions of people want this young man to be world champion. That was a poor positional shot he played there. He'd got quite a margin for error. And he's not guaranteed to slip off the reds if he pots this. He finished nicely on the black. He has a chance, but when you're cannoning into other balls, you're not absolutely certain of the outcome. He didn't quite control it, so now he's left with a very thin snick back into the corner pocket. And they've hit the middle of the 3 reds, just above the black. That's what he's looking at. You think he's bound to finish on a red, but the most important part is the cutback of the black.
Yeah, make sure we got the pot. I was always trusting a bit to luck the cue ball was going to end up. Great chance now. Definitely, in my opinion, one of the top 2 or 3 break builders in the game. in terms of the way he goes about making a big break.
Well, in his 12 years as a professional, he's made 385 centuries. I mean, last season he made 62.
18.
And this all started with that fantastic opening pot into the left middle pocket at pace.
25. $26. $33. $34.
Might have to play a little cannon here on the 2 reds just to hold the white. Doesn't have to do. Still a few open, just depends how he feels. Played the cannon, but he was always going to be guaranteed this red. He looks in terrific form at the start of this session. I think he knew he had to
42.
be, because he's played John Higgins so many times. He knows what can happen. John can run 3 or 4 frames off in no time at all. Well, that's a poor shot. In fact, he's going to have to play a similar shot to the one he started this break with into the middle pocket.
49.
But if the white goes further, he's got a straightforward choice of the 2 reds, so shouldn't be a problem the way he's queuing. Oh, there we go. Shouldn't be a problem. But that was the previous shot. He underhit that.
Ding Junhui,
And
49.
from looking very comfortable, all of a sudden he misses that in the middle pocket.
Yeah, if he was coming to the table having been left that red, as in the first one he potted, he would have got it. But inside your mind, you're always thinking, I should be on this red a lot easier than this. Just takes away your concentration a little bit, and that's all about having a good temperament. That's what it's all about. Wow. John Higgins wouldn't play many more worse safety shots than that. If he's left this red to the left centre, that was a shocker for John. Stun the cue ball down to the top cushion here. Leave a choice of reds to either corner. Didn't want to flick that red. He's still going to be okay.
6.
In fact, the unintentional flick on that red there has knocked it away from the pink. I don't think the pink, well, it might be available, but he can get down for the blue off this. Always nice if you can win the frame with one visit, but you know, 2 will do very nicely. Sometimes you don't get the second chance.
Well, he's not perfect by any stretch. He played for a choice of these 2 reds to the right centre, but planned to be a lot straighter than this. Now becomes missable. Well done. I think they must win the frame now.
13.
Just the black to leave John needing snookers.
$21. $28.
Well, he got a kick there. He got a terrible contact. But John stays in his seat. He just signalled to the referee. So just what Ding was looking for. He needed 2 chances, but the most important part, he took the frame, and he's now just 1 behind at 5-4. So the best possible start for Ding Junhui. The break-off shot. John had a chance to roll this red in and get himself on the black. Stephen said at the time it was a chance, but he just didn't hit it very well. It wasn't a sitter he left, but the way he powered that into the middle pocket was a cracking pot. And it's amazing, Stephen, the Asian players, since they came on the scene, go way back to James Watson. Fantastic middle pocket potters for some reason.
No, I have to be honest, I have no idea why. But you're right, James Watana, I remember him, he never used to miss in the middle pockets.
Frame 10.
Later on in that
John
frame,
Higgins
John Higgins made an elementary mistake with a safety shot to allow Ding to make the final break to win the frame. So John's not quite settled yet.
Lots of noise from the next table. They're in between frames. There you see it. And this break-off shot, is there enough room past the green to take the pot on? Similar shot to the one that John was faced with in the opening frame. Now, where's that red going to finish? John can pot that.
Wow. Ding Junhui 4.
Not the start that John Higgins was looking for. He seemed to hit that very hard. I mean, and the harder you hit this type of shot, the more difficult it becomes. But he just looks a little bit edgy here at the start of this session, John.
One.
Because there's a very good chance the black is clear. 3 or 4 reds in potable positions. That's what you're looking for at the start of a frame. And if you can get in around the black, it's even better.
6.
He had an amazing
7.
season last season, winning 5 ranking events. I mean, this year we've had 9 world ranking events, and we've had 8 different winners. That's how open this season has been. Mark Selby won 2 of the last 3, so he was the form player coming in this year's Betfred World Championship, you would have to say.
$15. $22.
Just coming around to see if the red beside the pink pots anywhere, but I imagine he'd be looking for an angle on the black off this red to maybe go into the bunch.
23.
May just play for the red to left corner, but it's always better to go into the pack when you have 1 or 2 loose reds. A bit of insurance.
Yeah, slightly better angle, and he would have played your shot, Stephen, with that red at the back of the bunch. Always guaranteed to be on that, even if you stick in it, but he hasn't got the angle to do that. Just finished in a slightly awkward position.
Yeah, I was just thinking a good 2 or 3 shots ahead there. Planning, and he's going to go into the bunch.
$31.
Well, obviously the red beside the pink does pot to the right corner.
30.
I'd like to have been straighter on it. The cue ball's going to be going into the pink, so it's never guaranteed to judge the position.
$39.
He's finished a bit straight in this black. This needs good cueing. Didn't get any side.
Exactly, Stephen. Reverse side required there, and he didn't.
46.
So I'm sure he tried to put the side on, but watch the white. It should have finished up canning into the pink, and he would have had an easy red, but there was no side there, so down behind the yellow.
Ingenui 46.
Had a 49 in the opening frame and ran out of position. 46 this frame, ran out of position. It's still a healthy advantage there, 50 points. But not if John Higgins can get in amongst the balls. So he needs a good safety here. If he can get the white in behind the yellow, that would be a bonus. Just a little bit too thick for that, but that's the target for the players at the moment. Now, is there a possible plant into this corner? Ding quickly is in to have a look, because he can play it as a shot to nothing. It must be close. There's a little bit of distance between them. As we pull out, we'll show you that that plant, well, is the other red in the way? I think it is. So the plant's directly in line for the pocket, but the other red's preventing it from going. He could snick this one in. That's near the black. Very nicely picked out, because you know where the cue ball's going now, in behind the yellow. Well, what sort of a touch was that? Tried to hit the cushion first. Why didn't he just flick off? Strange one then. Now John's looking at that plant, but we know there's a red stopping it. He's now looking at an alternate. Well, a big round of applause, but he was very lucky there. He was trying to pot that red. He had no intention of getting in behind the green. That was a Brucey bonus there. Oh, that's
foul and miss.
For a shot from John. Yeah. If he had been 55 points behind, Ding would have taken that red down past the yellow. He didn't want to risk it and leave John a chance to eat into that 55-point lead he has. Quite close to this, you'll have to be a little bit careful. He doesn't push it. It's a very difficult shot for a referee to see. A push shot is where the tip and the cue ball and the object ball are all in contact at the same time.
Well, that was a brave shot to take on, playing it at that pace.
One.
I like that shot that John Higgins played, because it's positive. If he pots it, he's got a tremendous chance. He almost goes favourite for the frame. But obviously, high risk factor is it's probably cost him the frame.
Six. Seven.
It's quite amazing these two players have played each other on 16 occasions, but they've only played the once in the World Championship. That's this year. Played a couple of times in the UK Championship. Ding beat John in the final, 2009, 10-8. And John beat Ding in the second round of the UK Championship 2008. Amazing. It's their first meeting at the Crucible.
He struck that blue really nicely. Really got a good grip on the cue ball. Now just this red.
13.
So again, taking 2 chances. But it's a pretty good start from Ding Junhui in this second session.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling pretty good, hasn't he? 5-1 down, and this is going to be 4 in a row to level, so
19.
he's the one that should be full of confidence. He certainly won't take
20.
anything for granted because he knows John Higgins, okay, hasn't got off to the best of starts here, but things can soon change. Just needs a chance in amongst the balls, and then he'll be off and running, I'm sure.
26. $27.
Yeah, in these 3-session matches, sometimes you don't play well in every session. Obviously, Ding wasn't at his best yesterday, but if you can limit the damage, 5-1 down to get it to 5-3 instead of 6-2 or even 7-1 was a great result, and it's been the platform for today's session.
34.
Yeah, I tended to think along the same lines as John Parrott, as I said before the match started. If you've got a 2-frame advantage, you just try and share the session. You know, everything else is a bonus. But well, John Higgins is going to do well to share the session now, because everything's going in the center of the pocket now.
$47. $48.
Yeah, 2 frames gone, and John Higgins, well, he hasn't potted the ball yet. He hasn't had much chance, has he? A lot of experience
53.
sitting in that seat, though.
55.
This is the only reason why I think snooker is a bit more tougher than golf, which is a very, very tough game. If your opponent hits a good shot at golf, you can hit a good shot at golf. At snooker, if your opponent's doing this, you've got to sit there in your seat.
62.
You can't do a single thing about it.
$67. $73.
Little exhibition shot to get on the black. So what a start for the Chinese sensation. Ding Junhui has won the 2 opening frames without his opponent scoring a point, and he draws level at 5 frames all.
And Ding Junhui has been tipped as a future world champion from about roughly a similar age as this young chap here in the Winter Gardens. He's got a kind of javelin grip. I think it's kind of the Steve Backley of snooker. I'm not sure it'll catch on, but he's having good fun here, right with us, and next to us here in the Winter Gardens. But let's get back to matters in hand here. 5-1 down to 5-all. This is impressive.
Yeah, and particularly the first 2 frames today. Okay, he's broken down at 50 a couple of times, but been very impressive start. John's not really got going. Had 1 half chance he went in off on, but all you could ask for to get straight back, you know, level pegging so quickly.
Does it surprise you, Steve, when you look back at the quality of his season last time around, winning 5 titles, the first as Henry in the 80s to do that, and so much success last year, but really nothing to speak of at all this term. It's been a very strange contrast, hasn't it?
It has, and you would expect that he would have had a mini haul at the very least.
Yeah.
I think it does show how strong the standard is, but I think how exceptional to have won 5 ranking events. I think that was more the surprise, really, with so many good players around.
Yeah.
I think somebody with the inside track is in the commentary box, because I think Stephen was out for dinner the other night with Ding, and he was chatting to him about his season, and Stephen will probably tell us a little bit more.
Stephen, can you divulge?
No. No, I did go out for dinner with Ding the other night, and yeah, he was quite upbeat. Obviously, he's pleased to get through his first round match. He was just talking about how he'd missed a few tournaments this season, and perhaps he didn't play enough snooker. That's probably why he isn't as sharp. Chose not to play in some of the smaller events.
Well, his commitments in China must be quite something, I would imagine. He's like a pop star over there. 4 years ago, I went to Hainan and played out there and went out with Ding and his sponsors, and it was quite amazing. It was like a seaside town, and everybody come out of the shops just to get a glimpse of this fella. I thought they were all coming out to have a look at me. Hadn't got a clue who I was. Needs a thin snick here. Just to keep away from that red, the right side of the table. Both players have looked at those 2 reds to the right of the pink and reds. They're not a plant. Once again, the black was tied up from the break-off shot. It's amazing the number of times that happens. Well, the old dreaded double kiss, and if he's covered this, he's very fortunate. Let's have a look. I think there's enough room to the potting angle. The pink's available. Plenty of room. 42 minutes since he's potted the ball.
1. Seven. Eight.
It's going to be difficult to score from here because those 3 reds are on the black. He can't get on one in such a way that he can flick another way and leave himself on the black. So he's going to have to work pretty hard here. And that, I'm afraid, is in no man's land. He stunned that rather than get the required screw that he was after. That would be quite ambitious. Okay, he might be able to take the plant on in such a way as he could take the white back up the table. It's like a sort of a half safety shot. Still needs a bit of good judgment, this. No, I didn't fancy that one. But he did have a bit of safety in mind.
John Higgins, 12th.
Yeah, it's a bit fortunate to miss the double kiss on the other red there. He's just not getting through the cue ball at the moment, John Higgins. Right arm, which is the arm you used to cue with, is probably Still a bit on the stiff side. It's not relaxed yet.
Yeah, it's only fractions that Stephen's talking about, but it's delivering the cue through in a straight line. And Stephen said he wasn't delivering the cue. It's just, you're just quitting on it a little bit, rather a bit like a golf swing. When you accelerate through it, you get more action then.
Foul and miss. Ding Junhui 6.
A little bemused look on John's face. I think that cue ball came off at a much squarer angle than he was expecting. Off the cushion. As if it wasn't a natural angle that it came off.
You got it?
Yeah, that's what he's looking for there. So you need maybe a little bit of side just to take it away from the pink. Terry Camilleri just putting that extended rest away. Long gone are the old half putts in long rest that used to be on the side of the table. How anybody ever potted the ball with those, I'll never know, but they were there for years.
John's left this red to the left corner. Maybe play it with a touch of right hand side just to square up the angle that the cue ball comes off the cushion. Keep it away from the reds.
Not many players in the game would be able to outdo John Higgins in the tactical and safety department. We might see a few here, see who makes the first mistake. You know, all the top players have got an excellent safety game. It's a mixture, what you need to go on to lift a world title. That's a bonus if the plant's on. And that looks to be absolutely spot on for the pocket. So just make sure he doesn't get the white tight on the cushion when he goes back up the table. Nicely played. Sometimes when you play a plant, you forget about the cue ball.
Brown.
Five.
Six.
Eleven.
I see when John Higgins is probably the only player in the game when he actually cues up. He tips quite a distance away from the cue ball when he addresses a shot. Most players, the tip is virtually touching. Now you see there's a lot of distance between the tip and the ball.
Well, there's nobody in the game would know his cue action better than you, Stephen. When he turned professional, I remember you used to watch you and John practice at Sterling's Snooker Club. That's no longer there, but
19.
I don't think I could guess how many frames of snooker you two boys have played together. Thousands and thousands, I would imagine. And John would be the first one to say that you were a great influence in him getting to be world #1 and world champion.
25.
In just 6 seasons. Quite an achievement. Mark Williams did that in 7 seasons.
$26.
Nice hang on the black now. Clear all these reds away from the black spot. Well, in fact, he's just going to play for the loose red. He just felt there was a little bit too much risk involved in playing the cannon. He felt he wasn't going to be guaranteed nicely on a red.
Yeah, he knows he can score enough from the pink to leave Ping needing a snooker. That's why he didn't risk the cannon. I mean, the cannon, if you were behind the cannon, was the shot, but it can always go wrong when you just flick off another ball. This way he was guaranteed position.
This is the sort of snooker you would expect from these two, both
40.
savage scorers when they get in the balls throughout their career. You would expect a lot of the frames to be won in one visit with these two.
$47. $48.
Let's see, can he hold for that red? It's above the 2 reds and black. It's not the best angle looking at that. He just needs one more red.
54.
But he's going to have to cannon the other red. Just puts everything into the pot here. That's
55.
the frame safe now. 59 remaining on the table. John 61 ahead, so one snooker needed at the moment. Just double check the score there, did John?
Black. John Higgins, 55.
Ding would have stayed in his seat had the black have dropped, but it's only one snooker that's needed. But good effort from John there. And a little bit of fun and games now with the black over the pocket. Anywhere over that side of the table now is a safe area, as that pocket is blocked. Good effort there. I think there is a path through. He's got to be careful though, John. He doesn't want to leave a red on for Ding to pot 3 reds, 3 blacks. Oh, the double kiss. Now, if he can cue at this one behind the black spot, he's not hampered. He'll take it on, try and get 3 reds, 3 blacks, and then look for that one snooker he needs. No, that's the end of the... Oh, hang on. He hasn't stuck it up. I thought he'd stuck the red up. Coming around to have a look at the angle. It's much too thin, that one. Well, he's looking at it again. Thin one, but he's looked a couple of times at the potting angle. That definitely is the end of this frame. And all of a sudden, John Higgins from 5-1 in front to be 5-all has stopped the rot. He lost 4 in a row. This coming just at the right time.
Eight. Nine. 15. 16.
Well, how did that black stay out? But it doesn't
frame.
matter. Ding will stay in his seat, and John Higgins will be delighted. That earlier break of 55 paved the way for the frame, and he's back in the lead, but only by 1 frame, 6-5. Very, very important frame for John Higgins there, and it all started with a nice little plant. It's always worth having a look around, and he did look long and hard at the 2 reds behind the pink, and you watch how he plays this, because he made sure he didn't pass the balk line. And he left himself nicely on the brown, and that got him up in amongst the reds, and that was the key to that frame.
Frame 12, John Higgins to break.
It's going to be one of those frames where the reds go up the other end of the table. Just wondering if there is a red. The back of the bunch of reds there, the one to the right, he could take it up into the left corner. And if that red that's to the left of the one that he's going to have a go at here doesn't go to the left middle pocket, it's worth a risk. You'd have to raise the butt of the cue in the air and try and screw it back. That's what he's doing, but not a tough pot, but might be worth a go.
Well, he's left a red towards the yellow pocket. John's not even looked at it yet. Long red. No, he's not even thinking about that. That's obviously why Dennis. He spotted the double.
And look where he's put the cue ball. He wasn't leaving anything really. That was good judgment to pull the double off there.
Eight.
Well, there's a trick shot from the Wizard of Wishaw, as he's introduced us. He's a wizard even. I nearly got it out right.
As I told John Virgo earlier on in the week, Dennis, is pronounced wishy, not wisher.
Wishy?
Wishy.
We used to go to a nice Indian restaurant there, and we used to play up at Motherwell. It's wishy.
$16.
Yes,
70.
Pretty good response from John Higgins after the first two frames. He looked like he hadn't settled down. But he looks to have found his rhythm now.
Yeah, we mentioned John never scored a point in the 2 opening frames. He never got much of a chance. But Ding didn't score a point in the last frame. He had 6 points on the scoreboard, but that was just a foul where John had hit the pink. For every chance now, if this next shot comes off. He hasn't looked at the pack. Make sure there's no plants on. He knew there wasn't. He hit it well. How's your luck, John? There's one at the back of the 4 that will go.
28.
Couldn't have hit it any better. He played to hit that red full in the face, and he did. Sometimes this split better than others.
Yep.
Yeah, he just spotted something on the cue ball there.
Yeah, you get the cue ball clean, not because you think that's going to cause a kick, but because it's obviously, if it's in your eye line, it'll just distract you when you're playing the shot. With his little mark on the cue ball.
$29.
So doesn't have to do much with this black regarding the cue ball, because he's got a red that he'll play for to the same pocket. But when you're playing this with a tracer right hand side, sometimes you can overcut these if you don't cue them nicely.
Just a mobile phone or something on the other side of the arena. Just
settle down, please. Thank you.
They're just in between frames, and that just coming at the wrong time for John there. And let's see if he can get his concentration back and play that shot that Stephen suggested. Yeah, well done. Using all his experience there, he got away from the table and come back again, settled. And every chance now that he could share this little mini session. Looked a bit ominous when he lost the 2 opening frames.
Looks like he's just finished straight in this blue. Probably just leave the cue ball virtually where the blue is for a red to the green pocket.
Yeah, he can't really hold the spot because he would be snookered, so definitely would be awkward cueing. And he's left just enough room, I feel, for the blue to go back on its own spot there. That's how precise he was there.
$43. $46. $47.
We'll probably play off 1 cushion down for the red. It's on the black cushion here, nearest the right corner pocket. As long as he's not straight.
51.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Just wondering if the 3 reds near the pink spot, if one of them is available, we'll find out shortly. It's available to
52.
The right middle pocket, but I'm not sure if it goes into the same pocket that he'd be taking the black. But he's got other options. Nice little cannon would help. In fact, he's just playing for the one the left side of the table. And as long as he got that close to it, it was going to be an easy pot. Quick glance round, 59 ahead.
60.
That was more or less the frame ball. That was the reason he didn't risk the little cannon. I'll tell you what, there's not many mistakes being made out there, that's for sure.
No, it's the sort of standard you expect from these two great players. That was the only surprise, as there hasn't been a century yet. But
66.
any mistake has been severely punished.
Of course, we had that magnificent 135 from Ding in frame 3. But yeah, this session's had everything but a century.
$68. John Higgins, 68.
Well, Ding comes back to the table, but barring snookers, John Higgins has got himself that 2-frame advantage again.
Yeah, a little bit surprised Ding's going on here. We're playing on much longer.
Frank will see you.
Yeah, he just has a big smile and he waved to John. He said, that'll do. So Ding dominated the first 2 frames. But the Wizard, as Stephen says, Wishy dominated the 2 second frames, or the second 2 frames even. And he's back 2 frames in the lead at 7-5.
Oh, Dennis, you're getting all wishy-washy there. Yes, thank you very much for the pronunciation guide, Stephen. Yes, I'm sure everybody in Wishy will be happy to hear that pronunciation. John, it's been a very interesting couple of frames, particularly for John Higgins, because very important after losing so many in a row to be able to strike back.
Oh, 5-1 up, you get pegged back to 5-all. And it's only typical Higgins to come back with a response like that. He's done it over the years. That's why he's been 4 times a world champion. He's just got great mental resolve and he's playing with a lot of confidence. That win in Wales has done him the world of good.
Yeah, and Steve, actually looking back to that win in Wales, he said it was just slightly further beyond that at the Masters. Something seemed to click with him, and having read up a bit about it, he says that he was playing with his cue length at the shortest he thinks ever been to give him a bit more control, and that seems to have given him the click here. Something has clicked for him the last few months.
Yeah, if you have a full length 4-foot 10-inch cue, it can encourage you to hold the cue at the end and have too long a bridge. And that would also encourage you to pull the cue back a lot further. So a shorter cue, you're going to have to probably have a shorter bridge, and that naturally makes you sort of want to pull the cue back a little bit less. So therefore, putting the cue back and then delivering it back to where you pulled it back from is actually a lot easier.
Is it noticeable? Is it something that you guys have actually noticed over the last few weeks?
Well, if you have a very long backswing, sometimes a player, when he's playing a normal shot, would have to go through slower, so it would look sort of more laboured or a little bit sort of like as if you weren't attacking the ball. So if a player starts to pull the cue back very short, then it can appear that he's attacking the ball and hitting it more positively.
And as you get older, do you start seeking things like that? It's like the old golfers, isn't it? Just trying to get that little extra.
I think there's a fair bit of that in as well. I mean, listen, John Higgins has always taken the cue back quite a way. But listen, just sometimes a little bit of a change or something to do different. I know there's quite a few of the players who've become advocates of shortening things up, and certainly in the front end of the bridge hand. And in fairness, on these tables with the cloths being as fast as they are, you don't really need a lot of cue. It's just point and shoot.
Okay, well, he certainly knows his way around snooker tables here at the Crucible, 4 times world champion here. And they'll be back after their interval for another 4 frames this afternoon. But you know, it's fair to say that we've often seen a certain Steve Davis on song at a snooker table. 6 world titles will attest to that. But until today, you've never seen this man actually sing.
We like to inject a bit of culture into snooker, and this comes in the shape today of Britain's most popular and best-selling classical artist. The people's tenor, The Voice, Russell Watson.
Very nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
How are you?
Pleasure to meet you. The Voice, the original Voice.
I don't know about the original, but, you know.
You should be in there with Tom Jones and Will.i.am, shouldn't you? In one of the comfy chairs and making judgments?
It'd be nice, but we're busy at the moment, so...
Fair enough. You've broken free, which is the way they say it. You've broken free of the tour. You've got a day off in the big hectic tour schedule.
Yeah, we're back on again tomorrow. We've got 75 concerts this year.
Wow.
Can I just say...
Go on.
This is a life ambition of mine, to have snooker lessons from you.
No.
I used to watch you. Honestly, I used to watch you when you were a kid.
You're just saying that.
I did, honestly.
I've got all your records.
Have you?
No, but I mean... No, well, listen, OK, have you played a bit? You've got a pool table at home, apparently?
I've got a pool table. I've not played snooker for about 20, 25 years.
OK, well, I mean, I
used to play,
you know,
once or twice a week.
Yeah, OK, yeah. Well, break them off, see what you're made of. I mean, just enjoy it. Don't worry about the people
watching. Have you got any
watching.
tips for the break?
Reds.
Right.
Reds to start with.
OK. Where should I aim for? Just give us a...
Most commonplace these days, outside red, don't disturb them too much. Try and bring, with a bit of right-hand side, bring the cue ball down, top cushion, side cushion, bit of right-hand side, in between the pink and the blue, balk line, back to where this chalk is. How many more tips do you want?
Right, hang on.
OK, bit of right-hand side, outside red.
Like that?
That's quite clever, isn't it? Nobody likes a smart person, but very good. I've been very impressed. First shot after a long drive.
Thank you.
Older, 2 or 3%.
You want a singing lesson, don't you? I can tell.
I do want a singing lesson.
When I've potted this ball,
okay.
I'll give you a clue.
Oh, shot. Well, you've got to pot another ball now. You've got a red in. You scattered the reds to the 4 corners.
My world record break is 27, and I did that after 3 pints of lager. Well, I could show you. We can check out your voice and see where it's resting.
Well, go on in.
I'll give you a simple scale, yeah?
OK.
Just a simple major scale, OK? So I'll just try this. Simple. La 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 la.
La 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 la.
Good pitch.
Pitch was perfect, wasn't it?
But don't let... At the end, you were just letting the note fall off, so at the end...
I was running out of breath.
Yeah, exactly. So make sure you get a nice big breath, fill the air up, get the diaphragm set nice and strong.
What's
so
the diaphragm?
It's around about here.
OK, fair enough.
Yeah. And it needs to be strong, and it needs to be set well.
OK, right.
So just before you sing, get a nice breath. Don't fill your lungs, don't over-expand, just get a nice breath, and then try it again. So 1, 2, 3, 4...
La 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 la.
Perfect. Now let's see what kind of dynamic you can create.
Dizzy.
Okay?
Dynamic.
Yeah.
Go on.
So that was quite quiet. So try a.
That was loud. OK.
No, it wasn't.
No.
No. Try this. La 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 la. Try that. Or do you want a pot of red?
Just run it past me one more time.
Are you sure?
Go on, do it one more time. You just got to get the feel of it.
La 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 la.
Well, I'll have a go, but I mean...
But nice big breath. Nice big breath.
How many breaths do you want?
Just the one.
What?
Yes. OK.
This should be Dominic Dale's... Dominic Dale is our singer, but this...
Yeah, but you've got great pitch. You pitched that scale that I gave you.
Yeah, until...
You do.
La 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 la. Oh, la la la. Oh,
it was great. Big round of applause. It was amazing. Congratulations.
I've gone dizzy. If you could just sit in that chair.
Yeah.
And what I'd like you to do, I know you sung in front of thousands. What I'd like you to do is to imagine you're there, 2 days of the World Championship final. Best of 35, 17 all. It's come down to the final black. I just want you to get up there and pot it.
OK.
With the cameras watching and people watching all around. No pressure.
I've got a little bit of a sweat moustache going now because I'm getting a bit.
I would go like that, but I don't want to. We're not that. I can't. I don't know you that well.
This is it. I'm not thinking about the money either. It's just the.
No, don't think about the money.
It's the W I'm after.
Well, it was a chance.
Can you imagine?
Well, and Dennis would have potted that. And
It's a difficult shot.
It is. Thank you very much for that. Yeah,
it's a difficult shot.
Been a pleasure. Thank you
Are
very much.
you going to demonstrate how it should be done?
No, I can't. I can't.
All right,
My
okay.
psychologist. I mustn't even try that.
And look out for Russell, because he's probably singing somewhere very near you. He's on a very extensive tour at the moment, and I tell you what fantastic company he was, Steve, yeah?
Oh, he was fantastic. Great sport, and a bit of a player as well. Obviously, we've got to get the balance right. Shot-wise, he knew what he was doing on the table.
Have you been practising?
Only in the shower.
Thank you.
Yes.
OK, well, that's a nice image for us to conjure as we get into our next item. Because it was Mark Twain who said age is an issue of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't really matter. But is that true in sport? And is it true of snooker in particular? What is the optimal age to win a world title? Those are the discussion points in today's Table Talk. And our discussion features the evergreen and very sprightly George Riley, our BBC Radio 5 Live correspondent. Very sprightly, George, because I understand you've got a big weekend. You're running the London Marathon.
Yeah, more sprightly now than I will be Sunday afternoon.
Exactly.
Sure, but I am looking forward to it.
But what's most impressive is this is the second of 4, is this correct?
Yeah, I'm doing 4 in 8 weeks for the Steve Prescott Foundation, which is a charity founded by an old mate of mine who passed away 18 months ago. So every step of the way, I'll be thinking of Steve, so I'm sure it won't hurt too much.
Good on you, George. That's fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best with that. And we are talking age here. It was Betty Davis who said, old age is no place for sissies. But then again, neither's the Crucible. It's a decade since Sean Murphy surprised snooker by lifting the World Championship trophy on his 3rd visit to the Crucible.
Tenure is on from the 22-year-old that won this championship in 2005. I'm a better person, I'm a nicer bloke, I'm a better snooker player, and I understand that winning and losing snooker matches won't decide whether I have a good day or a bad day or not. And I think it's that element of age which, whilst losing still hurts, of course it does. We're competitive and we want to win. But it's not the absolute be-all and end-all.
I think Sean Murphy, we already knew he was a great player, and I think with his attitude, you know, of being a very positive guy and a great player and unknown, there was kind of a bit of pressure off of him in one way, but he kind of dealt with the Crucible and enjoyed it, found his game. But to expect anybody, and I mean anybody, I don't care how good they are, to come here first time, maybe first 2 times to win it, I don't think that will happen. So, you know, there's a chance that someone of 18, 19 could come along, but I don't think they could do it on their first visit here, because it is kind of a unique venue.
It's perhaps our misconception that snooker is a young man's game, skewed by the game's famous 5. Stephen Hendry, the youngest ever winner at 21. John Higgins enjoying the elation at 22. Steve Davis embraced Barry Hearn at 23. Mark Williams and Ronnie O'Sullivan both won when they were 25. Take their precocious talent out of the mix, and experience is very much the byword for Crucible success. Defending champion Mark Selby was 30 last year when he won for the first time. Given the average age of 29 for winners and 30 for finalists, it suggests that he peaked at the perfect time. O'Sullivan and Higgins have shown repeatedly that age is a boon when it comes to crafting a Crucible Championship run. In comparison, Davis and Hendry's World Championship careers spanned 8 and 9 years respectively.
As you've seen with Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's a bit of a freak of nature. Now he seems to be getting better with age. You see resurgences from the likes of Higgins and Williams who've reached finals and won tournaments this season. So there is a mixture, but definitely leans itself towards the older player.
I'd probably say I was in my prime when I was in my 30, maybe 29, 30. So from 30 onwards, I've kind of would have said they were my best years. But obviously, I've played well the last 3 or 4 years with a little bit more experience and guile, I suppose.
My mate Joe Perry, he's 40 now. He's turned 40 and he's just won his first tournament, you know, a few weeks ago, you know, PTC. So, you know, there's I'm sure he'll be around for a long time as well, yeah. I don't think there's anything, I don't know about me, but the others might be, because they're playing good stuff.
I find it very hard to understand where, you know, we're talking 40-year-old that you're an old player. I think it's ridiculous.
This year's field of 32 ranges from the oldest, Alan McManus at 44, through to the youngest, Zhang Anda at a tender 23, giving us an average age of 33 and a half. An aberration, you might think, but no. Since 1998, the year that the youngest average age hit an all-time low of 27, the median figure has been steadily increasing.
I think maturity is a massive thing in snooker, because there's certain matches that I've lost in the past where I thought like I was a better player than that guy and I played better on the day, and somehow I've got beat. And I think that's, you know, their experience over the years and how to win matches and how to get the right result whenever you're not quite at your best.
I'm 37 now, so I'd be under a lot of pressure if I hadn't won it. So I think when you see some of the guys here that haven't won it, they're under a lot of pressure to try and do it. So I've certainly not got that pressure.
You have to be smart, and that comes with experience for sure. And that's, you know, as in making mistakes and learning from them. And, you know, the youngsters where you're talking 20 odd years old and that, you know, it's a tough place to start learning quick, that's for sure.
Sometimes experience can work for you and it can work against you. You know, when you're young, you haven't got the battle scars, you don't care, you just go for it. But when you've, you know, been around the block a bit, been lost when you should have won and won when you should have lost, and, you know, you've got responsibilities and mortgages and all things need to be paid for, you know, all of a sudden you start thinking, and sometimes thinking could be the worst thing you can do.
Judd Trump is 25, Ding Junhui is 28. Rather than talking so much about why they haven't won it, perhaps we should focus on the fact that they're still very much teenagers when it comes to world title maturity.
I think the world champions, it will be older. I don't see that there's many young players coming through, to be honest with you, that are going to be good enough to win it. You know, Judd's obviously one of them, and a lot of eyes are going to be on him this week. He's playing great. But it takes a lot to win this tournament, and it's more than just potting balls. The older players have still got the experience, and I don't think there'll be... I think that age will go up now.
Some very interesting points from all of the interviewees there. George, in your view, what's changed about the sport and the way it's played that's seen this upward trend in terms of the age of winners here?
Well, it's very hard to say. I think it's less than age, more down to the quality of players we're seeing and the era we're having them in. You look at tennis, Andy Murray would have won a lot more titles if the other guys hadn't been around that they are now, Federer and Nadal. Ronnie's got the average age up because he's winning. I mean, Ronnie's going to win it into his 40s if he wants to do. He was the oldest winner since Reardon when he did it when he was 36, 37. And I think it's become harder and harder for the younger players. It was, you look at the stats, it was an anomaly when Higgins and Murphy did it at the age of 22. You look back and Neil Robertson 5 years ago was the last one to do it at the age of 28. I don't think it's so much age. We've seen how Anthony McGill at first time of this year has dealt brilliantly with it. Some of the others haven't. I think it's more down just to getting the experience and the years under the belt. Playing in this place behind us, this tiny atmospheric venue, some players sink, some swim here, and you only get that through coming back and playing. When Murphy did it as a 22-year-old, he'd been knocked out in the first round the previous 2 years when he was 21 and 20, and it's only with age that you gain that experience. I think that's what it comes down to.
It is interesting because there is a perception, John and Steve, that the number of youngsters coming through is bringing down the average age of tournament winners. But the average tournaments are nothing like this one. It's a completely different proposition at the end of their season, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the toughest test you're going to get. They were phenomenal. To come through, when Higgins, O'Sullivan and Mark Williams come through in 1992, I remember seeing them in a Mitre World Masters. I thought, oh my goodness, I better get winning quick, because when these three come in here, it's good night news for everybody. And they've gone on, they carried on, they progressed, won the championships, and they're still going now. I mean, I'd hate to have been a junior in 1992. Imagine playing those three. Yeah. You'd have sold your cue, wouldn't it, and got a pair of running shoes.
Mark Selby even made the point, guys, when he came into the press conference after beating Kurt Mafflin 10-9 in the first one, he said, anywhere else but the Crucible, I would not have won that game. You kind of learn, don't you, as a player? Well, you'll know far better than me. Yeah. You learn how to win here.
So experience is very valuable. Steve, you were, 23 when you won the first of your 6 titles. Now, Judd Trump is 25 this year. That's the same age that Ronnie won the first of his 5. Does that, for you, signal something significant?
Well, at some stage, a junior, even a junior pro, matures, and that sometimes can be the clicking point. And I think some like myself, perhaps, and Stephen Hendry raised the bar up. I think the bar's getting difficult to raise, so that's why we've got a jam of players at the top who are so good. It's tough for the new players to come through now because they're playing so many decent players. There is an argument, of course, that the game is not as popular in Britain. More popular worldwide, but not as popular in Britain. Most of the top players are British still, and therefore there's an argument there's not enough juniors coming through. Perhaps one of the reasons why it's nice to get into schools. But I mean, I played against a kid who was 14 years old in China. Proper competition. He was a wild card. He was 14 years old. He beat me 5-1. He then beat Craig Steadman in the next round 5-1 and beat Barry Hawkins 5-2. Xiao Yin Tong. The 13-year-old lad, his best mate, nearly beat Jimmy White, lost 5-3. Now, perhaps the next 21, 20-year-old may be coming from that part of the world.
Yeah, it's very interesting, but we've got a 40-year-old out there in John Higgins, and, you know, George was talking about Ronnie O'Sullivan winning up to his 40s and perhaps into his 40s, and Ray Reardon's the oldest to have won at 45 years of age. What's it going to take for more 40-year-olds to land this title, John?
Oh, well, it's going to take persistence, keep doing what they always do. I mean, listen, they've got the experience of winning it. O'Sullivan's won 5, Higgins has won 4. Higgins was a massive price at the start of this event, I thought, 28-1. Huge price for someone with that experience.
And perhaps they need to get fit like George. Good luck in the marathon.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
What is it they say? 40 is the old age of youth, 50 the youth of old age. You've got a long way to go, and a long way to go on Sunday. Good luck.
I'm a nipper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Cheers. Let's get back there, shall we?
All very interesting there, listening to the boys and George. Best of luck in that marathon, George. Not a bad break-off shot. Yeah, they say there's no substitute for experience, and this 40-year-old at the table has certainly got plenty of that. And lots of snooker to come from him as well. Winning that ranking title this year, the Welsh Open. That's what he's looking at. That's the virtual shot there. The 2-cushion escape.
Foul and miss. Ding Junhui 6.
Ding's just coming to the table to just have a look at this pot into the right corner, but it doesn't look very inviting, and I don't think there's a colour available. So he might as well put John back, and maybe he might get a better leave.
Yep.
And that's what he's decided to do. Referee Terry Camilleri just having a quick glance at the monitor there. That it's close to the table. That'll give him an idea where the balls were. It didn't move very much. Just the pink. Then he'll go up and have a look, try and get the white back. Tell you what, that's pretty good for the first attempt. That's where it was. Spot on. Can John be spot on with his escape this time? Nicely played. Picked that out very nicely. And John's going to be in all sorts of trouble after the next shot. Tight in behind yellow.
Ding Junhui 1.
Well, if he's left enough room to come off the left side cushion, he could land on this red behind the black. But I don't know if he's too close to the yellow. He might have to swerve around the yellow to get there. Don't know if it's a possibility. To get there, he's going to have to swerve it. You can see he's striking down on it to get the left-hand side to make that angle. Doesn't want to slip around the back of it. No, he played it well.
I was thinking, Dennis, probably maybe a couple of seasons ago, these two players would only be meeting maybe the semis or the final of a major tournament, so could perhaps think themselves a little bit unlucky to meet each other so early in the draw of this World Championship.
Yeah, I know Ding's been around quite a while now, but it's still one of those sort of matches where it's the newer brigade against the old brigade, and it makes fascinating viewing. Just be a path between the green and pink to flick one of those reds and get back down the table. It's oh, he hit it too thin. Now, is he going to get away with it? He has, you know, he's been very fortunate there. Once he mishit that, it looked like he was going to leave Ding right in amongst them. He'd found a gap there, but he hit that red far too thin. And John would have thought, I've put him right in amongst them. Got away with it though. Now you can see his face, but he's having a quick look around, and when he's seen where the white finished, he'd have been delighted. This is like he's trying to play a cannon onto the brown here. It was always going to be safe.
Well, the way the reds are spread, you would think first mistake. It's going to be very costly.
He's taking the pot on, he's going to cannon the other red, so he'll have to be a bit careful here. Found the gap. Did well not to cannon that red, just a little trace aside. Got him through the gap and avoided the pink also, so as Stephen said, the reds are nicely placed. Black's tied up, but the pink's in the open.
Three. Four.
Because of the way the reds are placed here, you're going to have to take a little bit longer because it's not a natural position where you're in amongst the pink and black. With the reds are all at this right-hand side of the table.
Ten. Eleven.
Just about okay. It's going to have to screw over towards those two reds to the right of the pink.
Seven. Eighteen.
Start to get a little bit more difficulty picking off all
24.
the nice easy reds, but there's still 4 or 5 well placed. Needs to pull up a little
25.
bit, and it has. Looks as if he's finished absolutely straight on this. Well, there's a slight angle, so he's okay. Choice of reds to play for here.
$31. 32.
So the high standard is continuing here. There's very few mistakes being made out there.
$38. $39.
creeping closer to the winning line in this frame. He's took these very well. It wasn't just a straightforward break with all the reds over the right side of the table.
Well, because he landed straight in the pink, he wasn't able to get close to this red, so this has become missable. He's been missed thick a lot this week by a few players. No, no danger.
53.
Still needs one more red after this blue, so needs a good positional shot here. You'd think off the baulk cushion would touch your left hand side to come down the right hand side of the table. Yeah, that's what he's played, but I think he's hit it too hard. Is it going to pull up?
58.
Oh, this has now become a little tricky one, the frame.
Yeah, he only needs the red, doesn't he? So he can put everything into the pot and just let the white take care of itself. Very well played. He wasn't really bothered where the cue ball finished up there. He put everything into the pot.
Pink.
And that's nicely played. That makes absolutely sure of the frame.
65.
Yeah, virtually one visit, most of these frames in this session.
$66.
In fact, I think this is the fourth frame where a player hasn't scored a point. They're not only winning the frame, but they're not letting their opponent score. Doesn't matter about the pink.
66 on the frame.
That 66 break from Ding was superbly played. And he closes the gap. We've just won the difference now. 7-6 to John Higgins. Well, it's hard to pick between these two players. They're so evenly matched. They're both winning the frames with virtually one visit. John was in a little bit of trouble close to the brown there. Tried a safety. Maybe caught it thicker than he intended. And it meant that the white just come up a little bit short. Kissing the green didn't help. But I'll tell you what, Ding picked one out here. To take the pot on and find that gap, Stephen, was a bit special.
Yeah, and he played it a very positive and confident way. Made sure he was going to stop short for a colour, which is good to see. I think we talked about the red that he refused last night, which was very surprising, considering he had a 50-odd point lead in that frame. So it's nice to see him playing his natural game, which is attacking.
Frame 14. John Higgins to break.
Got that break-off shot a little bit on the thin side. He's been very fortunate. Players from the break-off are trying to find the baulk cushion. This isn't going to reach. It's a long way off.
Foul
Yeah,
on the
left
miss.
the red to the left corner.
John Higgins 4.
It's a little bit careless and ding there. When the puck's so tightly bunched, you can afford to hit it with a bit more pace because they're not going to open up. So to leave it that far short was not good.
Well, unexpected miss there, and he might, I don't know, he might possibly have got away with that. I don't know if Ding can see enough of this red as we show you. Always difficult, especially if you stun it, and he had to try and stun it around the back. If you play it plain ball, it's easier using the extension, but that's very tight there.
Yeah, he's just looking to see if he can just squeeze the angle a little bit, put some right-hand side on the cue ball to create the potting angle. I think in practice he could get down and play it definitely. It's a bit different out here in the Crucible. I think he's going to play it. I don't think he's sure about it. I think it's on. It's just a risky shot to play.
Nice round of applause for the weight of that safety shot. Almost getting the white. Frozen on the back cushion there. That's a bit too thin, but I think he's okay. It means the white's coming back up the table somewhat, but there's nothing for Ding to go at. The target will be in behind the green and brown now. Like watching a game of chess with balls at the moment. But who's going to make the first mistake? While John's just thinking there, we'll show you what the player's looking for: a break-off shot. That's what they're looking for, off there, around, and tight on the cushion in behind the green. Just to give you an indication of what they're looking for. Now the cue ball's close to the corner pocket. It's very close.
Foul.
Won't bother.
Ding Junhui 4.
It was a good shot to swerve. To get the safety shot anyway, he had to play the little swerve shot.
He won't be happy with that safety shot, especially as he had his hand on the table.
That was more of an attacking safety that time. That's a pretty good return there. In fact, it's an excellent return. It was John Higgins that opened the Reds up with his last safety shot at the table, and John just acknowledged that good shot from Ding with a little tap on the table. This is the one where John decided, I'm going to try and open the balls up here, which he did. It might just be a little shot to land on the red that's near the right corner. There's not a lot else available to John. But just off the side cushion and just nestle on that one. Not sure about that one. I think he's left a path past the black to cut the one into the corner pocket. He had to just land on that red. So that was a bit of a mistake. I just had a look at John. He was sitting there just shaking his head a little bit. Yeah, he has left that one.
One.
Doesn't really want to go into the main bunch here because there's a good chance he can lock up the pink and black further. But the angle he's got in the blue, he might not have a choice. You see, that's much too acute an angle just to stun the cue ball for one of the two reds to the left corner. So this looks like he's going to have to play some sort of cannon here. If he goes into the main bunch, he should leave the red to the right corner if he just plays a soft cannon.
Yeah, he's a bit reluctant to do that. He's thinking, well, if I play that shot and it doesn't come off, I could tie things up, but he's certainly thinking long and hard about it. But I mean, if he cannoned into those three that he's now looking at on the right side, I think he'd be okay. He'd leave, you know, one into the right corner. If he hit that one, wouldn't have to bash into it too hard. Well, he's made a bit of a mess of that. He's smiling. You don't often see Ding reaction, but he thought long and hard, and in the end played a pretty poor shot. He might as well have cannoned into those three reds. You don't see that often from Ding, but
He'll take this red on to the right corner, back up for the blue, and that's not having to use the rest will obviously make it a bit easier. You just play a touch of left-hand side to make sure he doesn't cannon the red. Gently stretching full out here. May even play for the pink here. May even play with the right-hand side. That's what he's done. Good shot.
7.
This is now a decent chance once the pink goes back in its spot. I think the 2 reds to the left of the pink spot, one of them's available to the right middle. That's what he's played. May have a couple to the right corner also.
30.
So plenty of options, which is what you want when you're making a break.
$14.
Yeah, I think when you get to the 3-session matches in the second round, the players, there's very few players out there that are not going to be playing well. And they're all top-class players, and when you get to that stage, you really feel your World Championship has started, and they're match fit, most of these top boys, playing all over the world these days. So the standard does tend to get better and better as the World
27.
Championship progresses.
$28.
Carrying on in the same
34.
vein as the previous frames, where one mistake in the safety has proven very costly in this match.
$35.
Just maybe an inch or two short with the cue ball there. Should be no problem. Impressed with Ding so far this afternoon. Dennis looks, he's taking his time, he's not rushing, he looks really focused.
42.
Yeah, totally different player. You know, Mark Davis had him, well, he was 4-0 behind Ding. I thought Mark was going to run away with that one. And he had to dig deep, did Ding.
43.
But this is a bit more like the form that he showed last season when he lifted those 5 ranking titles. He's getting better by the session.
$50. $51.
It's an amazing pattern, isn't it, this afternoon session? Ding won the first 2. John won the 2 before the mid-session interval. We come out and it looks as if Ding is going to take 2 in a row again. Not doing much wrong, John, but
58.
it's his turn to sit and admire.
$59.
He really has had this cue ball under control in this break. Of course, as soon as I say that, he goes out of position.
That's amazing, isn't it?
64.
He never looked like running out of position. Needs this red. Another reasonably high valued colour to secure the frame. And he's missed it.
Ding Junhui, 64.
But the red's gone safe. All he needed was this red, and well, the green would have been enough, and he finished on the green to leave John needing a snooker. Oh, that's a poor shot from John. He's hit it far too thick. And he's still at the table. He's disgusted with himself there.
Yeah, it's been surprising today. Probably the weakest part of John's game has been his safety play. He's normally so reliable.
You would think John would be ahead in the safety success department, but he's not. Far from it. Right in the centre of the pocket. Never touch the sides, as we say. A little bit like you in the bar, Stephen. Joking, of course. Yeah, they're nice little confidence boosters, those. He cued that beautifully.
$13. $90. $20. $26.
Cued that one nicely, and if he's going to clear up, he'll have to move that red that's right under his chin. Bit unlucky. I don't think it passes the green. Doesn't really matter about that. So the high standard continues. One mistake and you lose the frame. That's the sort of snooker they're playing at the moment. And Ding is back all square. 7 frames all.
And the two of them have popped out of the arena for a moment. And don't forget, there's still plenty of time for our Fans of the Day spot. Please tweet your support for your favourite player. There are all the addresses and hashtags, everything you need to know. We've had lots of Rocket Ronnies, we've had lots of Rocket launches, we've had a couple of Dennises and a John Virgo, but not too many Wizards or indeed Dragons. So it's up to you. Please feel free. From what we've seen so far, the pattern of this match, John Higgins eases in front, Ding Junhui closes the gap. Interesting.
I think it's going to be like that right to the end. It's looked like that on paper as a match. The two of them have come in pretty decent form. Dingo Kane, his opening session with Mark Davis was poor and then recovered to win that match, which was a feather in his cap. And John Higgins has looked good since he won the Welsh a few months ago. So the two players play real high-quality match play snooker. It just looks like it's going to go into the final session very close.
Yeah. It's hard fought. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard fought. I mean, obviously Ding Junhui came very strong at the end of his match against Mark Davis, and we know full well that it's very unusual for John Higgins to falter at the end. I would imagine the third session and final session is going to be a barnstormer.
Yeah, I mean, he really did dig in against Mark Davis, Ding Junhui, particularly when he was 4-0 down, because for all the while at one point in that match, the body language was all wrong, and we thought, uh-oh, here we go again, because he was beaten round one by Michael Worsley.
Especially as he's not really done that well at the Crucible.
Yeah.
He's got bad memories, and so from that perspective, he's done very well this year so far.
Yeah, OK, we're going back shortly, but it is tea break time, John, isn't it?
It's funny actually you should mention that, because I was walking past the stall over there. If you can see that, look, I just thought my old mate Steve, I might just, there he is on the cup there, just thought I might get him a nice little cup there, and if you turn it round, it's lovely, isn't it? Look, there's his little mate Dennis, and he's potting the black.
Oh, it's not so tremendous. No,
so that's for you, and you can have a little look at that every morning when you have your coffee.
Thanks.
I'm sure Dennis will be delighted that these particular kinds of merchandise are available in here, Dan.
Well, yeah, can you order me 1,000 of those? And well, the 2 mugs in the studio with you, I'll have one of them as well. Useful little nudge on the brown there. I say a useful little nudge, but there may be a shot to nothing here for Ding into the right corner, but he needs to get a bit of action on this. Plain ball will take him into the black or the red, you would feel. That's if he takes the pot on here, and he normally does.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen John Higgins make so many elementary mistakes with safety. Not like him at all. He hasn't left anything straightforward though.
Very good opener. It didn't matter which side of the blue he finished on that time. Well, as the boys in the studio were saying, it's going to be some last session
6
in this match, and who's going to get the best night's sleep, because they're back on at 10 o'clock in the morning. But what is the scoreline going to be?
Seven.
Yeah, both these last frames are very important, but it'd be nice to win this one, to know you're at least going to be level going into the last session and with a chance to win the last frame to get a lead.
Well,
at the moment, you definitely definitely say Ding was in the ascendancy in this match.
Even that shot there, he made it look so easy. He had to just pot the black and get through that little gap. You know, that looks easy, but it's quite difficult.
21.
Now he's got an angle to go right into that bunch because he's got the red as a bit of insurance if he was to stick in the back of the reds. He's got the 2 loose reds as well. That's what he's having a think about, but he may be playing for those 2 reds, but it's just how the player sees it. I know the gentleman sitting next to me here would have been straight into that bunch and
28.
gone on to clear up. Ding might also do that, but he's doing it his own way here.
I think as long as there's no plants into the corner pockets, if he gets rid of these 2 reds, and from the second of them on it gets onto the blue in a nice angle, that'd be the way to play it, I think.
29.
Well, I think he's got an angle here to go into the main bunch, leave the red to the left corner. He just plays all the right shots when he's in the balls, Dennis.
Yeah, as long as he had that red, the one I mentioned, because without that red, he wouldn't have been on anything, and he knew that that was going to be his little bit of insurance. But look how he's opened the reds up, already 36 points in front.
$37. 42.
Little tester here.
$43.
He's come up short, but I think it's plenty angle to go in and out of bulk, and obviously with a brown, you know, if it's spot, makes it so much easier.
$48. $49.
He's had 2 40-plus breaks, 2 60-plus breaks, and an 80-plus break. Pretty solid stuff. John at 2 frames where he didn't let Ding score a point, so they're so evenly matched, but Ding looks as if he's going to get himself into the lead for the very first time in this match. Beautifully played. That was the key, you would have to say.
56.
We're going to see the
57.
first century of the session. He just looks completely in the zone at the minute. Doesn't look like missing. Cue ball virtually on a string the last couple of
63.
frames.
$64.
Just this pink to make certain of the frame. And once again, just needing the one chance.
$70. $71. $77.
So for the first time in the match, Ding looks like going in front. And a good time to do it.
78.
Say now, at least level got into the final session, and a chance to win the last frame, take a 9-7 lead into tomorrow morning's final session. There's a good angle on this red to just cannon the two that are underneath the pink here. He'll have to just flick off them and just leave himself on the pink or black. No, I didn't quite have the angle.
86.
Got an angle on the pink though to disturb the two reds, which will give him a chance of making his second century in this match. Oh, it hasn't worked out. So he needs some sort of fluke if he's going to get the century. So across the table, hit it as hard as you can, Ding, and hope for the best. Here we go. Oh, he's played it gently. Wow. I would have given that a good old bash. Once again, just needed one chance. And Ding Junhui made that fantastic break of 92, and he goes into the lead for the very first time in the match, 8-7. Well, once again, just one mistake, and Ding pounced on it. And we can show you that mistake. John was just trying. He had to play a thin snick, otherwise he'd have caught the other red, and we'll just show you what happened. He missed his red completely and hit the other one coming down, and then all he had to do, he knew, you can tell by that reaction, he knew he was going to be sitting in the seat for a while. But what a great opener that was. And, well, it was all plain sailing, it has to be said after that.
Thank you. The final frame of the session. John Higgins to break.
John Higgins choosing to break the other side of the pack this time. The last time he caught them thin and was lucky to snooker Ding behind the green. Often you see that, a player changing the sides that he breaks off at.
A half chance for John. Believe it or not, John hasn't potted a red for 50 minutes. So that one up to the right of the green is not looking all that inviting, but he's looked at a bunch of reds. He's back looking at that red, but he's not going to risk it. Don't blame him. Is he trying a double here? He's got another one. That's the second one. I'll tell you, he does like a double, doesn't he, John?
8.
Still a bit awkward there, those two reds next to the black. Got the one up to the right of the green and a couple of other reds that are available to him.
Nine.
This would be incredible after sitting out and not potting a ball for 50 minutes if he was to win this frame with his
40.
visit. It'd be an incredible standard. But that's the way this afternoon's gone so far.
Regardless of who wins this frame, you won't want to miss the final session starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. And you'll be able to watch it with us on BBC. Can't wait for that
15.
session. If they're 8 all, it'd be even better, wouldn't it? He said we couldn't pick a winner. It was very difficult. They've played 16 times. It's 8 wins each. And great to see this man back showing the form that he did when he lifted 4 world titles.
Cue ball to fall where it has. He's just had a couple of looks to see if his black pots. He'd like to finish low in it so he could just nudge those 2 reds away from the black.
Yeah, if he can play a delicate little stun shot and finish anywhere near the circle, I think he'll be able to pop the black and nudge that red away. That's pretty good.
21.
He can play that shot now, and this will open things up.
$28. 29.
Well, it seems with these 2 players, one player ends up in their seat, it's for the rest of the frame. It's very high standard of scoring this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a second round match, Stephen. It would be a good final, wouldn't it, between these 2 players? A little bit of a tricky spotting of the pink here for referee Terry Camilleri, directly behind the pack, as all the other spots are occupied.
He wants to finish low in the black here so he can go into the pack with plenty of screw in the cue ball and leave himself
34.
possibly in that red to the right of the black.
$36.
That looks pretty good. Maybe just a half an inch more, but he should be able to screw off the pack here. Great shot. Great shot. Hit that so sweetly. Look at the movement on the cue ball when it hits the pack.
$44.
he'd rather not play cannons, but that's a possibility there, just to hold the white, but it's a little bit of a risk. He had a look to see if he could manage without playing that cannon. He spotted something on the cue ball again. I mean, he's 44 in front. He doesn't really want to be risking any cannons that he doesn't have to play.
I think it's worth it, Dennis, because you'll always be on the one to the left middle if should he miss it. Yeah, he did play it. He always had this red to the left centre. Maybe a red at the top of the bunch to the right corner as well.
51.
Shouldn't be any problem here. Come off the baulk cushion. Touch your right hand side. Come back down for the blue.
$52.
A little bit more angle. And be comfortable with, so maybe forced to go into the bunch just to kill the pace of the cue ball. You think if he finds the gap between those two reds in the pink spot, he can't fail to be on one.
Well, he found that gap that you mentioned, and he's a little bit unlucky. I mean, he couldn't have played that any better. He's faced with a
57.
long red. I'll show you him finding the gap there. Well, he just flicked that one. If he had missed the flick on that red, it, should be okay here. Be on the pink if he can knock this in. No, he's cued across it. That's a bad miss from John there. A little bit unlucky with the split, but I expected him to knock that in, but he didn't cue that smoothly. He was a bit close to it, and he got a little bit of probably unwanted side on the cue ball there.
Yeah, it wasn't the smoothest delivery this afternoon. The frame would have been over by now had he got it.
He thought he'd missed that one. He was about to get up quickly. He got a bit of side on that, and he thought he'd missed the cut in. Just watch the reaction here. Look, he thought, oh, I've missed that. But, oh, thank you.
Six.
Believe it or not, it's the final frame of this session, and it's the first frame that both players have potted balls, because all the frames were won without the opponent scoring. That's quite amazing.
Ingenuity 6.
Somebody's keeping a close watch on what's been happening to come up with that stat, because I hadn't realized. Doesn't want to move that red and black. That's in John's favour. Well, the cue ball's very close. Once it passes the blue, it usually goes in.
Ingenuity 4.
From that angle, if it passes the blue and it's close to it, always going to go close to the in-off. This needs good cueing.
Fancied him for that one, Dennis. Thought he would think this is an opportunity to pinch this last frame. was a big shot.
Yeah, Ding's turn to just cue across it slightly. But at least he hasn't left an easy red for John to secure this final frame. You could do with something near a cushion. I don't know whether he might be able to cut this back. It's a thin one, but I think he can snick this in. It's a very thin one. How's your luck with the kiss on the pink?
1.
Not good. This is the last place he felt the white would finish up with when he potted the red, but careering into the blue and a couple of cushions. But unfortunate to finish there. Wouldn't be a bad idea to get the pink onto a cushion as well. But the only thing is, if he does that and screws in behind the black and red, Ding could put him in trouble. But another color safe would definitely help. There's not a lot available to him here. Very unfortunate to finish there after pulling that pot off. He's looking for something good here. I mean, he could just flick off the pink and just leave everything tied up. But if he went off the left side of the pink and nestled on the red, everything would be safe. But he knows all the balls are in the open.
Pink.
Yeah, but he hasn't hit it hard enough. He wanted that pink on the cushion.
Was looking the red next to the black. Play thin off that twice across the table. Try and get in behind the yellow. As long as he stops John playing the red that's on the yellow spot.
Well, you know, I think he's thinking about taking this red on and screwing off the side cushion over behind and to leave the brown. What a shot that would be. What a pot that is. He's not on the brown, but he might be on the blue.
1.
He struck this so well. Look at the check side off the side cushion. Another tough pot required. He's usually really good at straight pots.
Ding followed that all the way. He stayed down on the shot and he watched that blue all the way.
6.
He wasn't sure if it was going to drop. Still a long way to go, but what a steal this would be. Yeah, this was the blue. Look at Ding there. He stares down, he's looking, he's peeping, and he wasn't sure, but it wobbled and dropped.
Possibly stunning between the yellow and brown of one cushion. Check side. Well, he's gone the other way. That was a more risky way, it was a more difficult way, but he's played a great shot. And he just brought the cue ball too far over to the left hand side of the table, but if he pots this red, he can get in the pink here, the red off the left. He'll just cannon the other red and just go across for the pink to the right corner. May even cannon the second red onto the red and black.
Well, there's a lot could happen with this shot, as Stephen said. He'll be careful he doesn't get too much screw on it, and he doesn't go near that right middle pocket when he comes off the other red. Well, there you go. The 7 times former world champion pulled out a prediction there. He went across. Okay, he's finished on the blue, but he did free the black, as Stephen suggested. And now it's not a bad chance to pinch this final frame.
$18. 19.
Ding goes in to win the frame from here. That's a 6-2 victory, as it were, in this session. The obvious shot,
26.
difficult shot, is going to be brown to blue. So we see the biggest problem, so green to brown is going to be important to get that nice angle on the brown.
Might go up the table off this. Yeah, much
27.
easier to get to the yellow from the blue than it would have been from the black. To bounce a little bit further. I'm not sure if he can hold this.
32.
He might have to go around the angles. Just depends. It'll be a delicate little one. Might just be able to hold it. Yeah, nicely played.
34.
But as Stephen suggested, brown to blue is going to be the tough one.
$37.
Wow, he's got to play this dead weight. It's a natural angle to drop on the blue. So he doesn't have to force this, give the pocket a chance.
Brilliant.
41.
I think obviously by some distance this has been Ding's best session of the World Championship so far. And last positional shot to play, you feel.
Well, John Higgins had a break of 57. It looked like he was going to level, but listen, he hasn't played the best positional shot there, and John anxiously looking to see where he's finished. He needs the pink and black back into a blind pocket, as we say. Oh, well played.
52.
It's been an absolutely fabulous session of snooker here. And Ding Junhui has pinched the last frame from John Higgins, and look at the smile on the Chinese player's face. He must be absolutely delighted, and he goes into tomorrow morning's session with a 2-frame advantage at 9 frames to 7. There's a happy player.
He certainly is, and having been 5-1 down in this match, remember, he goes into tomorrow, as Dennis says, with that 2-frame advantage. Your assessment of that final frame, John, you gave it a pretty high accolade when we watched it.
I think that's the best frame of the championship so far. Had absolutely everything in it. John Higgins was desperately unlucky not to get position early in the frame. Looked like he only needs to get on one more red to win it. But what a clearance that was from Ding Junhui, and he'd be over the moon with 9-7.
That will keep you stewing overnight if you're John Higgins, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Ding Junhui looks like he's getting stronger in the matches, and that's a sign of somebody who's, you know, pretty comfortable with themselves out there, and as we keep on labouring the point perhaps that he's not had a happy time at the Crucible over the years, not a really happy time, did get to one semi-final, but in the scheme of things has underperformed. Perhaps, as we were talking about the age of a player, perhaps he's truly come of age as a champion. Still remains to be seen, there's a long way to go, but he must be delighted.
Yeah, well, it shows as well, because I know we do talk about this, but it is quite unusual to see him high-fiving the crowd going past. OK, we've still got a long way to go in this match, but he just seems completely different to the guy that started off against Mark Davis.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, to see him in the chair in the first 4 frames, like all he wanted to do was go home. Completely turn that match round, and I think also he's not played a lot of snooker this season. He's fresh, he didn't play in a lot of the PTC, certainly the European ones. So the more he plays here, the better his game is coming to fruition, and he'll still have some petrol left in the tank for this event.
And the other thing I think also is that I think he's made friends with the British public, and they've made friends with him. And early days, perhaps he thought that he was on the back foot, and they were supporting the other guy. But I mean, the snooker fans, but certainly the Crucible, have really not been as patriotic as you could expect. They've actually supported the player and not the country. So therefore, I think he's probably realised that, and now he knows he's amongst friends and fans, and is now a lot happier in that situation.
And of course, this is his home.
Yeah.
This is his adoptive home. He lives here, and he clearly loves the city, and there must be a bit of, hopefully, beginning to feel more comfortable in that venue at last.
And the other thing is he can go home, he can have his own cooking, sleep in his own bed. It makes a massive difference. It's not actually like coming to a tournament, is it, when you've got that going on? So that's definitely in his favour, but he's not off playing well at the minute.
He is indeed, and of course we keep saying this, but you know, you forget he's been on the scene for such a long time in that UK final against you, Steve, all these years ago, and he's the owner of so many big titles, 12 big titles in total, and he only needs this one for a career at Grand Slam. And John Higgins was the guy that was saying it was inconceivable that he won't win one, but hey, it's not a God-given right to win one of these things, is it?
No, it's not, and as I've mentioned before, I mean, in other sports, there's like Grand Slam events, there's no world championship. If you're a golfer or a tennis player, he'd already be considered one of the greats. So it's quite unfair on the players in some respects to ask them of just one tournament per year.
OK, well, he's doing well. He's got that 2-frame advantage, and they will return at 10 o'clock in the morning, and you'll be able to see that in the morning as well on BBC Two with Jason. But you know, during these 17 days, Sheffield City Centre is consumed by snooker mania. We've got all of these people in the winter gardens. They come in here during their afternoon and their tea breaks and their lunch hours, and they have a little go on the practice table here. We've got out in Tudor Square, we have the big screens there, hundreds of people watching the matches live as they go out. And of course, the Crucible Theatre itself is packed morning, noon and night. So what about the players during their downtime, trying to get away from all of this snooker mania? Well, the world number 5, Barry Hawkins, has got the right idea. Every year he hires a little cottage away from it all and plots how he'll get back to a Crucible final.
I stumbled across this last year, so I thought, I've always stayed in a hotel, so I thought I'll give it a go and see how it is. And then when we turned up and we saw where it was, I thought, oh, it's perfect. You wouldn't know there's any snooker going on being here, you know, so to get away from it all and the hype that surrounds Sheffield when the snooker's on, it's perfect, really. I feel, for the last few months, I feel like it's been coming back. I was really fed up with the game, I think, to be honest with you, in the middle part of the season. And it wasn't just because I wasn't doing that well, it was just everything. I think I was just getting depressed before I was going away. Sometimes you just wish that you've got maybe a 9-to-5 job, go and do your work, come home and completely switch off. It's definitely something that I've thought of, but then obviously the family and friends, they give you some stick saying what you're talking about, and it makes you realise that you are quite in a fortunate position. It's my living now, you know. It's how I earn my money. It's not. I don't play so much more for the love. I play more now, I suppose, to support my family. Sometimes it's hard to keep telling yourself that you're up there for a reason because of good results, and you are like one of the best players in the world. It's something that I find hard to say to myself, but I have to keep. I suppose you've got to keep telling yourself that, and then in order to believe it. The hunger to pick up a trophy again is definitely there, and to get to like the one table set up here and things like that. That's what you play for, really. Everyone's here to win it, so I mean that'd be an unbelievable tournament if I can go all the way and lift the trophy, because that's what every player dreams of doing. If I was to do that, then yeah, I'd die a very, very happy man, yeah.
Well, Barry's up against Mark Allen, the pugnacious potter from Northern Ireland, who won 9 frames in a row to send Ryan Day back to Wales in his opening round match. And it was Allen who took the first 2 of the day with breaks of 65 and 63. And we're going to watch them from the start of frame 3 with Ken Doherty and John Virgo in charge.
Thank you. Frame 3. Barry Hawkins to break.
I know they're best of 25, these second round matches, 1st to 13, but we always say, and I'm a firm believer in it, that you never really settle until you get that first frame on the scoreboard, and that's not the best break-off shot from Barry. He's left mark this red to the corner, and right in the heart of the pocket. He's looking very sharp, is Mark Allen.
One.
And when he's sharp, he's a match for anybody. Tremendous potter. Great break builder. I think the best compliment I ever heard about Mark Allen, I hadn't seen him play, and Peter Ebden said to me, just before Mark, well, he'd just turned professional, he said, it won't take him as long as it took Ding Junhui to win a major ranking event. As it happened, Peter was wrong. But that's how highly he rated him from watching him play in his first couple of seasons.
Yeah, without doubt, as you said, he scores, pots very well, scores very quickly. I mean, of the 2 players, you would say Mark Allen would be the better break builder and the heavier scorer. Barry is a bit more all-round, has got probably a better safety game. And that's why it's a fascinating contest. But at the moment, it's all Mark Allen. 243 career centuries. 34 last season, 23 this season. Barry Hawkins, career centuries, 177. 24 last season, just 11 this season.
Seven.
Just got into that a little bit too much. I don't think it's just straightforward to roll the red above the black. Play for the black. He's going to have to screw back off another red. Oh, and he missed the cannon. He wanted to kiss off the other red to retain position on the black.
Yes.
And he didn't get it. He misjudged it. Okay, he's on the blue. You see here the red. He just wanted to kiss that other red, and that would have slowed the cue ball down to retain position on the black. Now he's missed it. He's got a blue, but he's got to find a good line and a good length to be back down this end of the table. Decent line. What about the length? That cue ball needs to hurry. Under hit it by a long way.
13.
How thick did he catch that? When you consider he wanted to hit that maybe quarter ball, he hit almost 3/4 ball. That's what can happen to me, to Mark Allen sometimes, Ken. I mean, he looks as though he's in real good touch as he has, and then all of a sudden throwing some very poor shots.
Yeah, left a half chance here for Barry Hawkins. That's better. Now, is the cue ball going to finish below this ball line? And it has done.
Yeah, just about. I think Barry, when he potted the red, he threw his arm in the air because he thought he got an extra bit of a bounce. Just watch his reaction when he hits the top cushion. Yeah. Look. Couldn't stop the ball, by the way. It's just... well, he's decided to take the more aggressive route, and I don't blame him for that. But whatever you do, don't miss the brown.
Barry Hawkins.
That's a recipe for losing a frame. Miss the pot and open all the reds. Shouldn't miss the brown. Not left anything that easy, but he has left something. This red to the far left corner, beyond the pink, should it go in? Oh, he's missed a chance there as Mark Allen.
Looked in, didn't it, when he hit it? He stayed down on the shot. He thought it was in. Normally, when you see players jump off the shot, sometimes they know they've missed it, but I thought that was in all the way. Now an unexpected chance for Barry Hawkins. He's got to be careful when potting this red into the yellow pocket. The cue ball is going to be going close to the right centre. Watch the cue ball. Watch the cue ball.
One.
Never any doubt.
Yeah, nowhere near.
It's actually turned out quite nice. He's got a nice angle on the blue now. It's also on the pink as well, which is handy. Played out well. And if you can find the gap.
7.
There is a nice little, if you can get it somewhere within the circle there, you can get on the black here.
8.
Now the red to the right of the black, if that's open into the same pocket as he's potting the black here, he may try and free up the black then into both pockets. And obviously does from that shot. Now when he pots this red, this will
15.
turn this into a really good opportunity here.
$16.
Yeah, a little bit straighter than he would like, but shouldn't cause any sort of problem. I think in the end he decided to play for the red that's closest to the cue ball, but he didn't get into the cue ball enough, so he's having to play this one to the right corner. He's going to make certain he gets a nice angle on the black.
24.
And once again he's complaining about a bit of a flyer off the top cushion, but it's not done any harm to the position. Oh, it did fly, didn't it? But as I say, fortunately on this occasion, it's not affected his position. He's nicely on the black, still off the top cushion. Played for the red, into the same pocket as the black. But it's a little bit off-putting, isn't it, Ken? If you get a flyer like that, you think, well, I don't want one this time, and it looks as though he might have just slightly underhit this.
Yeah, it's almost like you're expecting a flyer every time. You start playing for it. It doesn't always happen.
Yeah, it was just okay there. He was able to roll it in and just flick off the two reds to retain nice position on the black. $27 points to lead.
39. $40.
Yeah, that was came from a chance that he certainly wouldn't have been expecting after missing that brown into the corner pocket and splitting all the reds.
46.
It's going to need one good cannon here, John. The two reds below the pink pot. If he just makes this nice little connection on the red, that will open the red to the other corner pocket.
Yeah, and he played it perfectly. So the frame at his mercy now, 42 points to lead. Red colour red, that's all that's required.
55.
Yeah, and it just shows you he played a bad shot on the brown. Could have left Mark Allen something a little bit easier. But Mark missed that red to the far left corner, and that bad shot on the brown has finished up winning him the frame. Although, once again, not happy with the way that cue ball has flown off the top cushion. And he's 50 points in front, 51 remaining, one red required.
How hard did he hit it, though? I know he got a bit of a bounce, but he managed to put a lot of effort into that shot. With these cushions, as we've seen, right from the start, have been extremely lively on both tables. Better pot.
Yeah, that should clinch the frame now.
63.
OK, not the right side of the blue, but this blue will put in 56 points in front with just 43 remaining. There you have it.
68. $69.
Well, I said at the start of this frame, you never really settle down until you get your first frame on the scoreboard, so Barry's done that. OK, may have needed a little bit of good fortune. He got in to the ball thanks to his opponent's mistake rather than his own good play. Won't matter about the red.
Barry Hawkins, 76.
Mark Allen will concede. So a bit of lead, Barry Hawkins got his chance there, took them well. It's been interesting snooker. Mark Allen leads 2 frames to 1.
And the former Crucible runner-up won frame 4 as well, with breaks of 51 and 31. So we will pick them back up now in the 5th. Mark Allen at the table.
He's got to be careful here now. Mark Allen with that red up the other half of the table needs a good cue ball here. And that's pretty good. Maybe a possible thin cut to the right corner, but could be too risky to attempt. But that then begs the question, where's the easy safety?
This could go wrong. Well, he's just got a full ball kiss on that red. He could have left that red on, but he certainly got this red into the left-hand corner pocket.
Yeah, nice smooth pot, nicely controlled position on the pink. He's played for the red bottom of the cluster. He just stopped
7.
in his tracks. So has he gone far enough? Well, a little shake of the head tells me he hasn't. He was a little bit careless. He wanted to be on the red so he could get position on the black. Won't be getting position on the black off this red.
Eight.
Just about okay. There's a couple of loose reds. I don't know whether he... All depends how you play it. See, if you play at a lot of pace, you have a tendency for the ball to throw, so I might just play for the loose reds. We'll see.
Yeah, that's a possible line. The red just to the right of the pink spot was on, but has he got on this other red just at the bottom of the pack? Tried to get on it a couple of shots ago. Body language tells us he is on it.
It's amazing, isn't it? He had a pink where he only had to move the cue ball about 12 or 15 inches and couldn't get on that red. And that time it sort of went more than 6 foot. And he landed on it perfectly. And now on the black. But the problem was, if he could have got on the black the last time, the previous red he potted would have been nicely adjacent to the left corner. That's the difference with just not having perfect position at the right time.
Played out very well. You saw the right-hand side take as soon as it hit that side cushion. No. Oof.
22.
Well, he thought he missed it as well. He got a bit of a heavy contact and it just looked like it was going to that near jaw. Any harder and it certainly wouldn't have gone in. Nice angle on the black now, into the pack.
Well, considering the way the balls were situated, done very well to develop them as he
29.
has. That's what our colleague Willie Thorne calls the flat back pack. But he made light of it, and that's a good pot to the middle, nicely on the blue. Just one good positional shot now needed, and he could have the frame at his mercy.
Yeah, could make one nice cannon, just hit those 2 reds. It'd still be on the red to the right centre, but could develop these reds into potable positions as well. Oh, I just wanted to hit right in the middle of those. Just hit that, just caught it full ball.
35.
Let's have a look at it again. Just wanted to hit right in the centre of the 2. Almost hit them simultaneously. Could be end of break. Normally so proficient in those type of shots, Sean. You know, those little cannons off the blue, pink and black into reds. He's very good in that department, Mark Allen, developing balls, of course, as well.
Mark Allen.
So 35-point lead, but it could have been a lot better.
Much too thick. He'll be lucky if he gets away with it. Oh, what a result there. I mean, okay, there are other reds that are possible, and maybe a possibility of a plant, but boy, that pink has covered up a sitter. And when you think you should have been on an easier ball than this, it just makes this pot that little bit more difficult. Yep. You just feel as though you're entitled to have something easier than that to go at. You can't beat a run of the ball. I don't care how skillful you are. Any ball game.
There's a Gary Player that said, "I'd rather be lucky than good," John. I think that was one of his expressions.
One.
He's played that nicely and landed perfectly on the blue. Get the blue on its spot. Gives him a chance. It's not the best of chances. Because, okay, there's maybe 3, 4, 5 reds that are available, but he needs more than that to clinch the frame at this visit.
6.
£71 points is the target to get to the snooker's required stage.
7.
So he knows the blue. So basically that's 12 of them. He needs another 57.
12.
So it's not straightforward, as you can see, to get 57 points the way the balls are situated.
Yeah, certainly concentrate on the couple of reds around the pink spot first. The two reds that are closest together, John, on the right-hand side of near the middle pocket, they look like a plant down towards this pocket. And if you can get a nice cannon from the red, you can bring those couple of reds into play. If you knocking one down, there you see it. He's knocking the second one down towards his corner pocket, so that will certainly help him. But he won't be looking at that just yet.
Yeah, it looks like a dead set plan,
21.
but they're so close together, you'd have to hit the first red perfect, and it's not going into a wide open pocket. But I agree with you, if he could pot that red to the right middle and a bit later on and cannon into those reds, he's certainly not one towards the corner. Could possibly play the cannon on those two reds now. And decided to play it. Or maybe develop one of them.
28.
I think the one he pushed past the middle is still on.
$29. $34. $35.
Blue has now put Barry 5 points in the lead.
40.
So he's going to need these 4 remaining reds. Big ask to win the frame at this visit, as you can imagine.
41.
He's got a nice angle here. Knock the red in. Cannon the other red and try and knock it down towards his right corner pocket.
49.
He's got it out nice, but maybe wanted the cue ball down a little bit further. Bit of pressure on this black here. There's a bit of pressure on it.
49. Barry Hawkins.
He thought it was in though, didn't he, Ken? Yeah, mate, it couldn't have been any closer without dropping.
I wonder, is this one time, John, where you try and pot the red and take the red off the side cushion at the same time? Always has the black there as insurance.
Now, worth a go. Well, he did play the cannon, but he's not got it now. How do you get on the awkward last red? The old banana?
Yeah, that's the shot, isn't it? Lots of top, a little bit of right-hand side. Try and banana the cue ball.
Just hit the black as far as you can. You'll get that checking effect off the cushion. And he did it. He played it. Just need a little bit more pace. And he may have developed it for the middle. See how it comes, checks, and then goes back again. That top spin becomes like backspin.
Well, is it worth taking this red on into the yellow pocket? If be a frame winner, he's sure to be on the blue.
I always think in these situations, you're working out the percentages. You think he's certain to get a good safety. Should he play it? The pot, okay, could be a shot for nothing, but it could also be risky. Decided the safety shot was the safer option, if you like, but he's not got the snooker. Barry Hawkins back to the table with a 6-point advantage. Now the frame's open. This red, really the only awkward ball. Well, that was badly misjudged, and he's given a chance now to Mark Allen. Just got to be a little bit wary here of the left middle pocket when impotting this red. But he won't fall for that, surely. No, played it nicely. On the black, we have a new favourite for the frame. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. He's trying to work out if he pots the black, will he need the pink? And he won't. If he pots the black, he'll go 2 points in front. Yellow, green, brown and blue is another 14, so that would put him 16 points in front with 13 points remaining. Looks easy enough.
Eight.
14 points to get to the snookers required, and that is yellow, green, brown and blue.
10.
Looks a formality.
13. 17.
So Barry Hawkins now needs a snooker.
22.
And to cut out any threat, make certain you knock this pink in. And if it doesn't go in, right over the pocket.
28.
Well, it went in, so that was enough. I thought he was going to be a bit unlucky there, Mark Allen, when Barry Hawkins early on in the frame had a nice run of the ball, but in the end, the frame went to the man from Northern Ireland, and he now leads by 3 frames to 2.
And in fact, they shared the next 2 frames, Allen with a positive contribution of 96 in frame 7, so he's 4-3 ahead. As we tie this one up in their final frame of the opening session, Allen in here on a break of 20.
Be careful here, doesn't leave a shot to nothing for Barry Hawkins. And he may have left this red.
20.
Maybe just got the cover on the blue. He's covered the one directly in line with it, as he covered the one in the middle of the table. Now, that's potable. Next question. Will he take it on? Well, what a pot that was. Super shot. Couldn't hit that much better. Right in the heart of the pocket. Chance to steal, but not easy, John.
No, but what a tremendous opening red, as you so rightly said. I suppose you could criticise Mark Allen for saying, well, he should have left that cue ball tight under the baulk cushion, and that red wouldn't have been possible, but that would be nitpicking a little bit, because that was a tremendous pot. But he's got to sit there now and wonder. As I say, and he didn't thrash at it, did he? You get a lot of players play that type of shot, and they hit it hard, thinking, oh, if I miss it, it might run safe. Fully committed.
9.
Now, has he got an angle on the pink to screw back and disturb those 2 reds? Little shake of the head. Well, he can do. He can do. The shot's on. The shot is on off the pink. Just got to really get into this, though. Straight back. Well, he's disturbed them, but
15.
Could have been better. 33 points behind. 43 remaining. So, plenty of points to spare, but the reds are tough. Good pot. But he's not ideally on the colour. Quick glance at the scoreboard. He doesn't have to pot the green if he doesn't think he can get on the red, but he's taking it on. Well, he's calling
16,
kick.
Barry Hawkins.
And let's have a look. Yeah, but you see that cue ball was bouncing before it hit the green.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of right-hand side on that cue ball as well. But what a time to get a kick. He'd be absolutely devastated as he sits in his chair. That was a golden opportunity to steal. But it's not left anything easy. It may not cost him the frame. I'm not quite sure whether Mark will even attempt this red here.
Yes, he only needs the red, but surely this is the case of putting in all your eggs in one basket if he takes it on. There's not a colour safe. Can't risk it, surely. Now played the safety, but it's a bit pacey this. It's going towards the middle, is it? Now it's kissed the yellow, and it is possible. It is possible. And he knocked in a similar type of shot to this on his last visit. And that long pot success, that's as high as I've seen anyone in this tournament, 82%. 9 out of 11. Can he pull another one out?
Well, certainly after getting the last one, John, he'll be feeling pretty confident. There's no doubt about that. He's got to take it on, you would feel.
The only downside off this red to be able to win, if he knocks it in, he needs at least the blue.
Bad choice.
Well, he didn't get a good safety, and if you're going to play safe, he needed to get a good cue ball, an object ball. Well, can he hit this? Khan looking a good favourite now. If he doesn't hit it, he's going to need a snooker. He'll go 36 points behind, 35 remaining.
Yeah, just before the middle pocket. On both sides, same shot on the other side of the table as well. Just before the middle on the left. But there's more of a gap down the right-hand side of the table.
Well, he hit it, but he couldn't get it safe. And this red is the frame winner.
One.
So, Ken, it's been one of the sort of matches you could have swung either way, and I think the scoreline, which now looks certain to be 5-3 Mark Allen, could have been 5-3 the other way in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, absolutely. Not much between the two players. And Mark Allen will be very pleased with his afternoon's work. Spotted well.
8.
Made some decent breaks, as is Barry Hawkins. But most important scoreline, of course, is that Mark Allen takes the last round of the session. And he takes an overnight lead of 5 frames to 3.
And they'll return at 10 o'clock in the morning for their second session. But I wonder, when Barry's driving out to his country cottage, how much he's going to reflect over one particular decision in that 8th frame, gentlemen. What do you think?
Well, yes, obviously you got that kick earlier, which you'd probably be ruining, but he had a choice here of playing safe or going for the pot, and we both, John, didn't we? We both said, well, go for the pot, and he turned it down.
Yeah, I think he'd have missed the brown if he'd have gone for the pot. He's got another chance in the frame to win it. The cue ball's naturally coming down the table. He needs blue, pink or black to win the frame there. And when you've been given a chance like that, you've got to take it. If you don't, then the priority is you must get the snooker. And he didn't get either.
OK. And prospects for tomorrow, because it's world number 12 versus world number 5. This is a very high-quality matchup.
Oh, this is going all the way, I think. They've had a 13-12 here before. I think they've played in the championship before. Right. It's got written all over it. There's many more chapters in this story. OK,
we shall see that in the morning. But don't forget, this evening we have a very full agenda, and you really do not want to miss this, because this is looking extremely interesting. Anthony McGill, the Crucible newcomer from Glasgow, who's beaten Stephen Maguire in the opening match, has the defending champion Mark Selby on the rack. I think it would be fair to say 10 frames to 6 in front. He needs 3 more for a pretty sensational victory over the defending champion. Now, as we all know, Mark Selby is a brilliant player when his back's to the wall here, so I'm sure he'll have a very good few things to say about it. Stuart Bingham resumes 6-2 in front of Graham Dott. But for those who are just coming in tonight and didn't see that 8 frames this afternoon, how would you characterise McGill's play today for us, Steve?
Well, he was really on the ball, I think, and he outplayed Mark Selby. And it's going to be fascinating, the opening frames this evening. The first couple are going to be big. Fortunately, we're there live, which is going to be great as well. You're involved, John?
Yeah, I'm going to be working.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it unfolds. A lot of pressure on him as well, Anthony. Now he's in a position of expectation to get over the line.
Exactly. And the magnitude of the problem from Mark Selby's perspective is what?
Oh, he's playing against a young lad who doesn't seem to be playing with any fear. I mean, we thought, you know, first time he's at the Crucible, could be a problem, isn't. You know, best of 25, doesn't seem to be a problem. So he's got that against him, and he seems to play with a smile on his face and enjoying every minute of being out there. So the first two frames tonight, I cannot reiterate, they are massive.
Mark Selby, as we know, can come back from the brink, and also he has, in a way, a little bit of freedom now. He's back, he can just go for it, and we know full well what he's capable of. I think he'll make a battle of it. I think it's a fascinating session. If you had a ticket tonight just for that one match, I think you'd think, well, this is ideally set up.
I know everybody loves the newcomers and seeing them do well, but this guy genuinely seems to have an appeal. We're getting a lot of feedback on social media because he does play with a smile on his face, and he seems a very refreshing, genuine personality as well.
Certainly does, yeah. We don't know that much about him. I was speaking to Alan McManus today, who's practiced with him regularly, and the interesting thing for me was Alan McManus has seen a few snooker players in his time, and when someone said, can he play, he went, he's an awesome match player. If Alan McManus says that, this boy can play.
That's praise indeed coming from him. And in terms of Stuart Bingham up against Graham Dott, quite possibly surprising, given the tenacity that Graham Dott showed to come through the qualifying rounds and get into this second round.
Yeah, it's arguable he's already climbed enough of a mountain. He's a little bit sort of worn out from it all, but Stuart Bingham's a tough character, and I think there's a little bit more left in that, but Stuart Bingham, if you can just keep the play, he's got a very good chance of getting over the line very easily.
OK, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a very interesting afternoon, and I hope you've enjoyed it at home if you followed us all the way from 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, Jason Mohammed will be in this seat at 7 o'clock with what promises to be a fascinating session of snooker. We'll, of course, be seeing the fortunes of the defending champion, Mark Selby. He's got a lot of work to do against Anthony McGill. Enjoy an hour of sunshine if you can till it all starts again. Bye for now.
Join me for the Claire Balding Show. Tonight we have the retiring